It's been an absolutely brutal week for a lot of your favorite simping YouTubers. They found out the hard way that the lies that they told themselves and that they wanted to portray to other people, eventually at some point, there's going to be a problem. And let me be very, very clear. The issue here are their positions. The issue here are the positions that they've taken, not what they think, not what's happened to them, but what they've taken the position after what has occurred. Probably the fellow who's taken the biggest hit is Andrew Wilson. For those of you who don't know, YouTube really started boosting him during the pandemic. Of course, that's what they do. Andrew is a self-proclaimed Christian nationalist, although if you talk to him, you also see he's a white nationalist too. So there's a number of different factors, of course, that goes hand in hand. But he's found himself in a bind, and we're going to come back to that. But I want to take a look at another one here first. Another one first is Akash Singh. Akash Singh is another YouTuber. And what these guys have in common is they go around basically lecturing other men with the tradcon, traditional conservative, line. They go around doing that. That's the real issue. And of course, they claim that the woman that they have is just straight down the middle. She's exactly what it needs to be. And of course, he would never be a sucker or a simp. It's the rest of you with your bad, toxic, masculine traits. You're the problem. Well, you can go search on YouTube. Folks been dropping receipts all over the place about Akash's wife. Up to and including some stuff we can't show here on YouTube because she's literally apparently like going to go get a BBL. What? And she's sitting there with her rump hanging out on Instagram and flirting with the doctor, whoever the guy is, asking, are you single? So that's his wife. Of course, she's saying it's all jokes. It's all jokes. That ain't very funny. Quite frankly, as a man, I know a good joke when I hear one. My wife sitting up here with her naked rump hanging out. I don't see the punchline there. And a lot of folks were saying a lot of things. And I'm not a guy, I don't even know these people like that. It's not like I follow them. It's only been hitting on the radar here a little while ago. So I just decided to follow the rabbit hole down a little bit. And I got to tell you, it literally took me 2 minutes on Google. It took me 2 minutes on Google Images when you find this. Now, people were talking about, there's a picture of her. They renewed their vows and he goes to kiss her and she turns her face away. He was going for her lips and she turns her face away and he winds up having to kiss her on the cheek. A lot of folk have been talking about that. Well, here's the thing. My thing is that wasn't a one-off. A quick search on Google Images and you find this. And you find this. I mean, now the most damning picture is this one over here on the right. The one over on the right is the most damning picture. That's the most damning one. The reason is because I can tell you the exact date that it was posted, August 17th, 2019. Why is that important? Because on his Facebook page, in front of the Empire State Building, was when he proposed. Now you take a look at her, and take a look at him, and this is him on one knee proposing in front of the Empire State Building. That's great. And then you see this picture up here. You see these two pictures here. She looks like she's emotional or whatever. He just proposed, and once again, she's throwing the cheat thing on him. even on the day that they proposed. So to see this all these years later, okay. Now, she was on a podcast talking about having orgies, I think with a guy who was there. Damn! And, of course, claiming later it's just joking. You're sitting in front of your husband talking about having orgies. All right. So after he was trying to lecture people, all of you toxic masculine males out there, now folks like, by the way, bruh, we couldn't help but notice. We couldn't help but notice a few things. So things have gotten quiet over there, which of course it would, because the problem is, and I'm trying to be respectful here. I really, really am trying to be respectful. But what I will say is that a lot of fellas out there just don't get it. They just don't get it. And this picture right here, I think, says it all. What caught my attention was that she put up a video saying that all you males trying to talk bad about her, you're just upset because quote, I am an objectively beautiful woman.
Oh, please.
Fellas, I don't give a damn what your female looks like. If she ever says the words, she can think it all she wants to. If you have a chick who actually pronounces the words, I know I look good, I know I'm beautiful, I know I'm gorgeous, I'm objectively beautiful, fellas, she will never respect you. I want to teach you all a lesson here tonight. I could go ahead and crank up the cauldron. I just want you to understand something. Let's just assume that it's 100% accurate. Here's the problem, fellas. When a female tells you, outright says to your face, I know I'm beautiful, what she's saying is that she has more value than you. Let me explain why. A man's value comes from working. It comes from what you achieve. It comes from what you accomplish. That is what makes men valuable. When a female tells you, I know I look good, problem. Women don't have to work for that. She's born that way. Now, this is dangerous because that's what you call royalty. What? That's royalty. She's saying you had to work for your value. Mine was bestowed upon me by God. So please understand what a female is really conveying and what those words really mean. That really means that she was born better. She was born with her value. She was divinely imbued with it. So that puts her over you, just like the king and the queen of England are over the peasants. The only thing they had to, quote, do was to be born. So they were born better than you because you had to work for your value. Now, men always tell themselves that makes them more valuable. She's like, oh, hell no. You had to work for it, which means there was a time you never had value. I was born with my value. I was born with it. So, fellas, when a female says the words either to you or to others, speaking on that vanity, that's not confidence, that's conceit. If no one ever explained to you what the real meaning behind that is, I just did. And go look on YouTube. No one's ever explained this before. 2025 is the first time anybody ever explained why that's a problem. It's a problem because what she is articulating is not her looks. She's articulating royalty. I was born with intrinsic value. So inversely, you as the man, you weren't. So therefore, you are automatically beneath her. She is not describing an incidental characteristic or a subjective standard. She is describing a physical fact. I'm good. I was born that way. And for a fella who, and Akash even admitted it, he had no experience with females. And the more his woman talks, the more she lets you know, and she done had plenty of experience with men. But a simp never acknowledges reality because it's his first rodeo. He's not used to it. He's not accustomed to it. So just because she's the hottest thing he ever had, he thinks that's the way every other man sees it. And that was his response. As soon as she let him know that eventually she'd break down, but now you find out it's like, she was talking about a few other fellas. And in a place like New York, understand something. New York may have over 10 million people in it, but if a chick get around enough, she got a rep. And then she got to be someplace other than New York because you got a rep. No disrespect, but I'm just saying, this is outrageously obvious to any man who's had any real experience with females. It's very obvious what you're looking at to everybody except him. And it would be different if he just acted like a naive lame and left it alone. But that wasn't what he was doing. He was trying to lecture everybody else. It would be different if simps were quiet. But simps are gullible. And when a chick who has ruined her options where she really wanted to be, when she breaks down and just says, screw it, and grabs him, he thinks it's because he's so great. And she knows all she has to do is just tell him, oh yeah, daddy, you're marvelous. And he'll believe it because he wants to. She won't substantiate it. Remember when Russell Wilson, when Ciara was on the Breakfast Club, and I told you all, finally, listen to what she says are the good things about Russell. All she said was the same stuff she always said. He's a nice guy. He's so nice, and he's just real nice. And, Russell is just great and decent and nice. And to which I had to remind you all, now, she had sexual attraction, sexual desire for Future. Would Ciara have ever described Future as a nice guy? When a female actually desires a man, she doesn't use the word nice. Nice is a camouflage term that simp males fall for because the female knows you're naive and she can see you value her much more than she values you. So when she says you're nice, you think, yeah, I'm winning. Dude, women do not describe men that they desire as nice. That's not how they describe men they desire. Nice, kind, decent, funny. That's not the way that women describe men that they admire, respect, look up to, desire. Women don't call those men nice and kind and peaceful and funny. That's not the way they talk about them. Females don't describe Chris Brown as kind.
And deal with it.
Women don't describe Chris Brown as kind. They don't describe Usher as kind. They don't describe whoever the heartthrob is they got. They don't describe those fellas as kind, nice. That's not what they say. So if your chick is calling you that, just understand what's missing. That's a consolation term for you. And when you're with her, you spend all your time trying to explain away stuff like this. And this, just picture after picture. This is supposed to be your wife? I'm pretty sure Indian culture lets you kiss women on the lips. Just ask Cash Patel. But Yeah. You got to understand, for the simps out there, they think they got lucky. When in reality, dude, you were just the last train leaving. You were the last train leaving, and everything she does now is really concentrated and focused on keeping a simp from realizing what's going on. The rest of the male population sees this and understands it, which is why simps cannot be respected. There are no fellas who want to trade places with you because they can see what it is. So all of your attempts to go try to flex in the male population, it all falls short because the men don't want to be you because they can see what you actually have and they don't want to trade places with you. When a simp is a fella who self-isolates, and the females who get them are very good at that, they isolate the simp so that she becomes his social circle. She's the only person he actually knows or has any interaction with. So you see, she's the only standard that there is. As long as she approves of herself, everything's fine. Everything's great. So the simp is isolated with her, and even if the rest of the world is like, man, this is silly, he starts telling himself, well, as long as I'm cool with her, that's all that matters. That's when a simp is in a dead end. That's when she has him completely wrapped around her finger, when he starts telling himself it's okay if the rest of the world is laughing at me and mocking me, so long as I'm good with her. Now, folks, do you know this? Females never say that about men.
Nigga, what?
Women never say that about men. If her girlfriends ain't impressed, if other people are not approving, she doesn't say, well, as long as I'm good with him, damn the rest of y'all. The divorce rate shows you that. Hell, the breakup rate shows you that. Women don't do that. So when the simp gets isolated, the female becomes his world. When she becomes his world, as long as he has her approval, at least he thinks he does, everything else doesn't matter. And all that means is now she runs the relationship. And when the day inevitably comes that she cuts out, he'll be like, I can't believe it. And these are years of pictures like the ones on your screen here, years of this. How could a man be sitting watching the same thing we're all watching, and yet he's behaving totally the opposite? Because he's made the female the standard. As long as she's the standard, it doesn't matter. As long as she's his comfort zone, it doesn't matter. And this is why men don't listen to simps. Dude, we don't give a damn what your chick looks like. You have sacrificed your dignity. You're obviously being taken for a fool. There's no amount of cute that compensates for getting taken for a sucker. She obviously does not respect you and obviously does not desire you. And that's the part that men are looking at. If it was obviously she respected you and desired you, it would be different. It is glaringly obvious she doesn't. It's glaringly obvious you're not really her type. It's glaringly obvious that she needed to go ahead and marry somebody, and you were the best available option because her preferred options were not there. We know what women look like when they desire the man that they're with, and this ain't it. This is not it. So when you go out and go bragging on the situation that is so obviously flawed and shoddy, this is the lesson for men to take away from it. The reason why these married dudes can't get anybody to listen to them is because, dude, you ain't said nothing. Young men don't want to be you. They look at what you got. They don't want to be you. In the chat room, Mr. Joey, that's no, unless you're a damn comedian. Listen, think about I'm going to say this for the last time. Think about the guys that women sexually desire. the word funny doesn't come up. Women throw those words out there because they know you'll chase it because you're deceived, because she knows that you are going to interpret that in a manner in which it has way more value than it really does. Women do not describe the men they respect as funny. I'm not saying that a guy doesn't have a sense of humor. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that she does not present that as a prime characteristic because she wants you to be respected by other people and strangers. And women understand that a man who people laugh at, that's not how you get people to respect him at first blush. If she presents you as something funny and humorous, a woman knows you can't be respected unless you're taken seriously. So she's not going to present you to other people as something to laugh about or joke about if she values you being taken seriously by these other people. That's not the characteristic that she's really going to emphasize. If she does, you need to be questioning. I didn't say you don't have a sense of humor. I'm saying, how is she presented? What is she leading with? Once again, you never heard a female call Chris Brown funny. Rihanna calls A$AP Rocky funny.
Damn!
But you never heard any of these females call Chris Brown funny, Idris Elba funny, Michael B. Jordan. Tell me the female who's ever referred to Michael B. Jordan as funny. And we know he's got a great sense of humor, but that is not how a female presents a male that she desires and respects and wants other people to respect. That's not how they do it. These are bait and switch terms that are meant for men that they really don't desire, so that you think, well, funny is positive. I didn't say that funny is negative. I'm just saying that's not how a woman leads with a man she desires. She calls the consolation prize that. That's how she describes the consolation prize. Knight and Bishop, you're not a female. At least I don't think you're a female. If you're a female, I'll have you call up. But you're not a female, so your opinion about him, that doesn't really matter. I'm just letting you know, unless your drawers are made of lace. What? Unless your drawers are made of satin and silk, and you wear a bustier, your opinion about Michael toward the females, that doesn't matter. The females disagree with you. So you don't speak for them. I'm just saying, there are no females who agree with you. So as a fellow, I would like you to know, I don't think Michael B. Jordan all that. I'm like, Michael's not trying to appeal to you. Okay, well, Michael's not trying to appeal to you, so I don't know why you're trying to grade. I don't get it. Is there the rest of the story like Paul Harvey? Is there something you would like to confess? Not right now, because I'm hosting my program. So in any case, these guys jumped out the window. They've been doing it for a while. And Singh was not the worst case. There was also Russell Wilson. As we covered here before, Russell Wilson is watching his career go up in smoke. He's watching his career go down in flames because Russell Wilson, somewhere along the line, Russell Wilson decided that he valued a woman more than he did his career, and that his career was to be in service to validating himself to her. And the career has suffered. I showed that we already covered this, but I'm just reminding you all that, by the way, the team said they'd rather have Jameis Winston than Russell. And what this really means is his career in the NFL is over. They're just waiting for the time clock to run out on this contract. And then And the question becomes, now, Ciara, you got with him because he was supposed to prove that everything's great and everything's gravy and that there was life for a single mom after Future. And not just that, oh, you can get a winner. She got with Russell because he just won the Super Bowl and he was the simp who was willing to take her. She got him right after he won the Super Bowl and the sucker didn't realize he was caught hook, line, and sinker because he's a lame and she was the cutest thing that he ever had access to. So even if he had to fish her out of the discount bin, he was willing to take it. He was willing to take it as long as he could get his turn. Long as he could get his turn, he was willing to do it. And he put her ahead of his career. I submit to you all that the reason why he cut Marshawn Lynch's legs out from under him was because Russell was determined to be the MVP of that Super Bowl so that he could go to Ciara and brag. He knew that she was with him because he was supposed to be a winner, and he wanted to show her that he was the best athlete in the NFL, and he wanted to show her that everybody acknowledges him as the best, and that him and Pete Carroll conspired for him to be MVP. People, it all makes sense when you think about it now. When you think about it now in retrospect, it all makes sense. Think about it for a few moments. Marshawn has said that. Everybody else has said he wanted to be MVP. That they wanted him to be MVP of the game. Why was that so damn important that he was willing to lose a Super Bowl to get MVP? Because he figured he could win the Super Bowl, but that wasn't enough if he was not the star, if he was not preeminent, if he wasn't the biggest name out there, if he wasn't the most prestigious, if he wasn't the champion of the game, then what would that say to Ciara? So he felt he had to validate it to her. He felt he had to validate it to her. And that was the reason for it. That was the reason. And there goes your career. And he was far less concerned about that than he was anything else. What the football team was there to serve as validation to her. The football team was there to serve as validation to her, and the career took a nosedive. And Russell thought everybody else couldn't see it. And once again, just so long as he was winning with Ciara, oh well, it doesn't matter what the rest of you think as long as I'm winning with her. As long as I'm winning with her, I'm good. Doesn't matter what the rest of you think. It doesn't matter what the rest of you think as long as I'm winning with her. Folks, simping ruined them. Russell Wilson could not figure out why it is that everybody was all over Ciara when she was with Future, and now that she's with him, she's damaged goods and nobody wants her. Men don't desire her like that. He got with her because he figured, I got the chick you all desires. No. She's in good shape, but no, that ship has sailed and sunk. That ship has sailed and sunk. But on top of everything else, now there is a newest entrant into the arena, if you will. There's the newest entrant into the arena. And now I gotta give you a little backstory. Gotta give a little backstory because without that, it won't make sense without that. So I'm going to go ahead and give you all a little backstory here first. Recently, there was a debate between Andrew Wilson and Coach Greg Adams. And as you know, I'm not a fan of either one of them, so I'm the only objective source you all can really go to or really rely on in this regard. I'm the only objective one because I don't have a favorite. I don't have anybody I favor here. I've got equal issues with both, and that's the kind of thing right there that I will be looking for there. So there was a debate, if you will, between the two of them. And quite frankly, the debate went disastrously for Coach Greg Adams. It went disastrously. It didn't go well at all. But that's not the whole story. Yeah, the debate did not go well for Greg at all. It went very, very bad. But that's Andrew won the battle but lost the war. Let me explain to you why. Now, I will say that Greg Adams did himself one favor during that debate, just one. He didn't let Andrew bully him around. Andrew likes to do that. Andrew loves to try to bully folks around when he talks to him. He really tries to do that. Well, I will give Greg Adams credit on that one point. He stood very firm. He did not let Andrew Wilson bully him, intimidate him, shove him around verbally or whatever. Now, I will give him credit on that. He didn't let that happen. So that much I will give him. Other than that, it was a disaster. It was an abortion. But on that one point, he didn't let that happen. And that went okay because he didn't do that. If he had let the issue go, maybe it would have gone a little bit better, but it didn't. It didn't because they started. He let it keep going after that, and Andrew was very, very sensitive about it. He didn't like the way things went. Really, he didn't have very much. He shouldn't have said anything, but he wanted to keep talking about it. So Greg was able to keep talking about it, and then other folks started talking about it, and then they started talking about Andrew's wife. Then they start talking about Andrew's wife. Now, you all know me. I'm not one of these folk who likes, I'm not one of these people who goes around with the doxing and stuff like that. However, his wife has spoken publicly. She has spoken, so she has presented herself in that regard. And if you're going to wag your finger at men like Andrew was doing with Greg, and you're going to try to lecture men about the kind of men they need to be, then we need to take a look here and see, by the way, okay, if I listen to your advice, Russell Wilson, Akash Singh, Andrew Wilson, if I listen to your advice, I'm going to end up with the kind of woman you got. Pay attention in the chat room, Nang Boko. Pay attention. This is a teaching moment for you. The slow bus kids need to learn something here. If I listen to your advice, I'm going to be ending up with the kind of woman you got. Well, I guess that's okay if the woman you have is the type of woman that I would really desire. Well, I guess that's okay. However, if she's not the one that I want to make, you made a permanent commitment. I don't want to make a permanent commitment to that. Listening to your advice is going to get me there. So that means that I can only consider your advice as far as I actually want your results. This is why fellas laugh at Ben Shapiro and laugh at Matt Walsh. Nobody looks at, and they take Andrew Tate a bit more seriously because they take a look at his female options, and then they take a look at Ben and Matt, and it's like, man, there ain't nothing you got we want. There's nothing you have that we would work for 20 years to get. You don't have anything that we would want. So nobody listens to you. There's the problem. And that's where Andrew went wrong. Now, I understand if you're married, you kind of belong to the game. The problem for him is that he's extremely sensitive about it, which is a horrible sign. Terrible, terrible, awful. And this is how, even after the debate, he wound up losing. He had another debate with the female you see on your screen. Her name is Charlie. And Andrew might still be sensitive here, so fair use, Andrew, fair use. He tries to have a debate with her, and, well, he's trying to prove some points. He basically, I guess she's a liberal, she's a lesbian, and he's usually tries to present himself as a very logical person. He debunks points, he brings data. All right. So the first thing is they're talking about women in the military. She's trying to talk about women can go into combat, which is of course nonsense, but she's got to try to stand on something there. Okay. Then they get to talking about this next point here about what happens to women in the military and why they shouldn't get in there. And if they get captured, they could end up being sexually assaulted by enemy troops and stuff, which, I mean, that can happen to males and females. Terrible torture and terrible things may happen to you. But I want you to listen to this exchange here.
That in the military itself, the SA rates for women are really high. Just being in the military, period. Yes. They're not good for women anyway. They probably shouldn't be in the military anyway because they're constantly SA'd anyway.
Okay. Folks, and this is for you, Andrew, and I know you're listening because you repeated some of my talking points during your debate. Dude, you got a lot to learn, so get your chair and your desk and your pencil and your notepad. It's time to take some notes. What you just said right there, dude. If you were against a more competent debater, she would have decapitated you with just that right there. Do you realize you just called men demons? He just said that men are animalistic demons. That the reason that women should not be in the military is not because they are physically incapable, but because men are animalistic, criminalized demons. He just made an argument against the character of men, that our base nature is animalistic and criminal. This is a guy who had time to prepare for this. Had he been up against a more competent individual, she would have immediately seized on that. Oh, so Andrew, men are criminal and men are rapists. That's not the argument that you make for females not being in the military, that men are criminalized rapists. That's not the argument you make, dude. So saying stuff like that makes people wonder, whose side are you on? Because if she's the so-called progressive, left-wing, whatever, it's like, wait a minute, dude, you're articulating her position. That women, we need to have all kinds of laws to penalize men because men are predators. And he just said that's why women shouldn't be in the military. So this is the level of intellect that he brings to bear. All right, well, they go back and forth for a while. This whole thing was like 6 hours. What? I know it seems like one of my programs, but it's like 6 hours they were there. And so, I mean, they covered everything under the sun you could possibly imagine. And things were otherwise going okay for the most part till we get a little bit further along. It's about 4 hours in. About 4 hours in. And that's when Andrew starts getting insulting, which he is prone to do. Usually, I guess he's with folks that are safer. He couldn't do that with, I will admit he couldn't do that with Greg Adams. But he does it with this chick here, and I'm going to play this so that nobody can say I'm making this up or whatever. I want you all to see what he said.
Yeah, I've heard this argument a lot, but can I just point something out?
Sure.
That with this idea that women could be educated, right? And they, by the way, they basically always were able to. They flew around with elites all over the place, especially
Depending
early
on how much money
feminists,
you made.
and they went abroad to study and things like this. But what that became was women should get educated. And what that became was a lot of student debt and a massive fucking racket. And college is not about rewarding the best and the brightest, or not everybody could go. Okay? It's really right now, the degree that you have, an 8th grader 50 years ago knows more than you fucking know. Okay? About history, about math, about social sciences. An 8th grader 60 years ago knows more than you do right now.
Now, I listened to the debate. She was not coming at him like this. So he's sitting up here. He's really about 4 hours in. He had been throwing shots already, but he really just starts becoming very, very base insulting to a woman who wasn't talking to him that way. So I'm just letting you all see. You can just see she's just sitting there, and he's doing this the whole time. And she was not insulting him, calling him names. She wasn't doing any of that. And here he is going. So I'm just like, okay, dude, if she takes a shot at you, you better be ready to just eat that. Because you taking shots at a person who's not doing anything. So you took the first shot. And by the way, he's being nice right now. I'm going to let this keep playing just to show you all that he's being nice right now. He's really going to tear his ass here in just a few moments.
And
Is
it's
that really
like,
what you think?
Yeah, not only do I think it, I think that if I gave you a test that an 8th grader would have 60 years ago, you would fail it with your college degree. And the reason for that is because you didn't get any fucking education at school. You got a lot of student debt at school. Yeah, that's what you ended up with, because it's become a giant racket. And if it was really about the best and the brightest, then not everybody could go. And maybe everyone shouldn't go, because it's really for most of it, the stuff that you learn in high school, right? Why is it that every high school educated person I come across seemingly is just as intelligent as every college person I come across?
That's an interesting perspective. I haven't had a similar experience in my lifetime.
Yeah, well, you have a bias preference, and I don't. Like, you're biased towards elites, right? Elitism.
I do, I grew up in an educated household, but I was also primarily raised by a very conservative father who was also a doctor. So was my grandfather.
And was your
Extremely
conservative father a dummy?
No.
Then
he's
why was he?
incredibly
Then why was he conservative?
Because it benefits him personally. To
Oh, so he was just immoral.
for pursuing his own ends, I don't know if I would say that.
Yeah, that's a nice civil debate right there. Now he brings her father into it. He starts making insults about her father. She was not doing. Take a look at how long he's going on with this. This is supposed to be Mr. Logic and data and just the facts. So he insults her. He insults her intelligence. He insults her father. So he's dragging her family into this. And notice she's not responding like that. She's actually responding as the level-headed individual. And he's responding very, very emotionally. None of this is data-driven. None of this proves a point. A bunch of put-downs. So I'm just showing you all that, by the way, he was being nice before. He just completely goes off the rails at a chick who is not returning fire at him at all, which is why he kept doing it.
You're not sure if your own father was immoral or not? You're not quite sure?
No, I mean, unlike all of us here, my dad is responsible for saving thousands of lives. He's put out a lot of good in this world.
And would your father
he will
agree?
leave this earth
Mm-hmm.
with.
So, yeah, that happened. Oh, no. There's more. Like I said, he was being nice the first time. That first thing, what you all just heard right there, by the way, he's not done yet. He's just really getting crunked up here in a minute. He's not done with her just yet. Let me back this up just a little bit. I want you to hear what he had to say here, because if they can't win, I guess they're just going to try to bully you, I suppose. If they can't win anything, I guess they'll just try to see if they can bully you. But if she had come at him the same way, I wonder if he'd have to, if she had started from the beginning with that, if he had had the same energy if she came from the beginning like that. Okay, I'm trying to get my timestamps on here lined up properly. It's kind of messing around on me. Give me just a moment here to go ahead and get this thing lined up properly, because I don't want to have to play a whole bunch of audio before it gets to the part that I'm wanting you all to hear here. It went on for so damn long. All right, there you go. All right, let's go ahead
and he needs to appear in court. How does California enforce that?
Okay, now they're talking about Donald Trump, and if California wanted to bring him in on charges. So that's what he was just asking her about.
In this day and age, I don't know. That gets tricky. I wouldn't trust Donald Trump too.
Are they going to send California agents to arrest the president of the United States, do you think?
We could send the National Guard and start a civil war. Our National Guard, the California National Guard. But that would be treason.
So I'll try to rephrase this. I'm going to reframe, and I'm just going to be totally honest with you. I will never be able to convince you of my worldview.
You won't.
I know. But the reason is not because I'm not a great orator, or I don't make good points, or I haven't said things which should be compelling to a person. But Charlie, I just think, honestly, you're too fucking stupid to understand them.
So, Andrew, can I sell you on my worldview?
Yes.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you
you
lick sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What does that
You're
mean?
a fucking dyke. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth.
Well, take a look at Mr. Sensitive. Now, she absorbed all those punches and all those hits from him, and all she said was one. Now, he brought up her father. All she did was say, by the way, about your wife, and take a look at him. Oh, man, he just came unglued. Now, I played that for you all so you all can see why he was just a downright rude, insulting savage the whole time, unnecessarily. She wasn't going back and forth with him like that. All she had to do was say one thing, and Andrew Wilson crumbled. He crumbled. It was gruesome to see, although y'all are seeing it. And he asked for it. I mean, he should keep that energy. If it's okay for you to call her insults and say she's effing stupid and your dad and is he immoral? Okay, and all she did, she didn't say a curse word about his wife or nothing. She just described an anatomical fact. And that was it. Oh, man. So much for Mr. Logical and Stoic and Data-driven. So much. This is your Christian nationalist, by the way, folks. What? Hey, this is your Christian nationalist. I see the nationalist, I just don't see the Christian part. Apparently, his Christ is Andrew Dice Clay or somebody, but yeah, I see the nationalist part. I don't see the Christian here. She's more Christian than him. Yeah, these people here, like I said, they jump online, they just say anything. And by the way, he had that coming. If he wants to take shots at her and her family, he should be ready to take some. If you don't want static, don't start none, won't be none. He sits up here and tries to flame her, and I guess he figured this is what happens when you assume that other folks ain't got your damn trump card. This is what happens when you get used to having a persona and you just assume ain't nobody got your trump card. That's what he was used to. He was used to nobody having his trump card. And what she just showed is, yeah, that's your trump card, dude. I mean, he just came completely unglued. That's your trump card, man. And this is why, as men, you can't really afford to have a trump card like that, dude. Especially if yours is just hanging out like that. No, man. Maybe you should have been a bit more civil. If you were this easy to dismantle, you should have been more civil, man. Simple as that. You should have been more civil. I'm going to go flame him. It's like, why? You're just assuming that she's a nice kid and you can be uncivil, but she'll keep it copacetic. And it's, oh, well, I'm just, all right. He wasn't ready. He was not ready. He thought he was, but he wasn't. This is what you get for trying to start that. You get that for trying to start that. I can't blame her. I can't be mad at her. What was she supposed to do? He was sitting there doing that the whole damn time. What was she supposed to do? If he wanted to go there with it, it's like, okay, dude, if you want to get down, let's get down. Andrew wasn't ready for that after he started it?
Fucking dyke. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
Your wife with the 3 baby
What did I
daddies?
just say? Dyke?
Your wife with the 3
Sorry,
baby
I'm sorry,
daddies?
Dyke. Is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking?
Do the men that you try to...
Do the women that you try
show
to...
your hatred against...
Do the women that you try
convince
to...
them that they shouldn't...
Charlie, did I bring...
women? Do they know
Charlie,
that
did
your
I bring
wife
your
is 5
family...
years older?
Did I bring any of your
You
family
called me
into
fucking
anything?
stupid.
Did I
You
say
called
anything
me
about
fucking
your
stupid.
family being...
You called her dad immoral. You called her stupid. So, yeah, bruh, you started the diss track. She just said, hey, let me record my own verse. You brought her father into it in an insulting way. Now he's trying to be the victim, y'all. So let me get this straight. She G-checked the hell out of him. She uppercut his jaw up through his skull. Now he wants to be the victim. Now he's crying for sympathy. The most unsympathetic, rude person in the room. All it took was a chick to sit up here and say one sentence, and all of a sudden now he's begging for civility. He was the one who started the fight. So you have to understand, when you're talking about white supremacy, and that's you, Andrew, when you're talking about that, yeah, they think they have the right to assault people, murder them, do whatever, and you're only wrong if you do something to stop them. Why? You're supposed to just take that. I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm brutalizing you and abusing you. I'm supposed to be doing that. What's wrong with you? Why are you not accepting your slave position here? What's wrong with you? So why would he ask for the damn smoke if he doesn't want it? And then he's going to jump up and start crying for sympathy? It's like, dude, that's not the way that works. If you were okay throwing insults, you're supposed to be all the way okay throwing insults. If you're not okay with insults, don't do it. Just don't do it. Don't do it at all. He's like, okay, well, I'm on safe ground here, so why don't I just go ahead and just be me? And yeah, that didn't go very well for him.
Fucking dyke. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
Your wife with the 3 baby
What did I
daddies?
just say? Dyke?
Your wife with the 3
Sorry,
baby
I'm sorry,
daddies?
Dyke. Is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking?
Do the men that you try to...
Do the women that you try
show
to...
your hatred against...
Do the women that you try
convince
to...
them that they shouldn't...
Charlie, did I
pursue
bring...
women? Do they know
Charlie,
that
did
your
I bring
wife
your
is 5
family...
years older?
Did I bring any of your
You
family
called me
into
fucking
anything?
stupid.
Did I
You
say
called
anything
me
about
fucking
your
stupid.
family being stupid, Charlie?
You could.
It's
You could
because
go
I'm
for
better
it.
than you, Charlie.
No, it's because you're embarrassed, and you know that the traditional values that you try to sell people
Okay.
on are bullshit because
Let's
you
go
are not
through
a
it.
traditional man.
Chuck, let's go through it.
You are not.
Morgan Freeman, she's right, you know. I mean, that's why Andrew he's not triggered people, he's detonated. It's like, yeah, bro, by the way, that traditional values, that ecclesiastical values thing that you try to promote, by the way, that's not you. You're trying to sell men on something that you yourself aren't even doing. I mean, maybe you want it, but it wasn't available. No disrespect. No disrespect. So, yeah, she didn't have to know everything. She just did enough of the homework. She didn't do all of it. I would have been a bit more prepared, but she didn't do all of it. But she did enough of it. She did enough of it to pull his whole card. I think I got one more I may want to play here. No. As a matter of fact, there's a point I want to make before this. Here's the issue. The issue is, if everything is great and everything is fine and everything is swayzy and everything is swell, here's my issue. Why is it, if this marriage was so great and everything, why are you responding like this? That's the thing I got an issue with. If the woman that you're with is a good influence and everything, then why in the world are we responding like this? If somebody brings up a fact about your wife and this is what it makes you do, you just throw all of your reputation, everything else out the window. It's like, dude, that to me is the biggest commentary on your relationship. Your relationship should make you a better man. Your relationship should make you more disciplined. Your relationship should make you more capable. This was you at your worst. That's what the relationship has done. This is you at your worst. That's the problem. If being with her makes you like this, yeah, we're cool on that, dude. This is the bottom line. She didn't beat you in this debate. She annihilated you. Because if this is what your relationship did to you, hell no, we ain't listening to your advice and trying to have what you have. Look what your relationship has done to you.
Or I don't make good points, or I haven't said things which should be compelling to a person. But Charlie, I just think honestly you're too fucking stupid to understand them.
So Andrew, can I sell you on my worldview?
Yes.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you
you
lick sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What does that
You're
mean?
a fucking dyke. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
Your wife with the 3 baby
What did I just say? Dyke?
Your wife with the 3 baby daddies?
I'm sorry, Dyke. Is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking?
Do the men that you try to...
Do the women that you try
show
to...
your hatred against...
Do the women that you try
convince
to...
them that they shouldn't...
You know, Charlie, did I bring...
Women? Do they know
Charlie,
that
did
your
I bring
wife
your
is 5
family...
years older?
Did I bring any of your
You
family
called me
into
fucking
anything?
stupid.
Did I
You
say
called
anything
me
about
fucking
your
stupid.
family being stupid, Charlie?
You could.
It's
You could
because
go
I'm
for it.
better than you, Charlie.
No, it's because you're embarrassed and you know that the traditional values that you try to sell people on are bullshit because
Let's
you
go
are not
through
a
it.
traditional man.
Chuck, let's go through it.
You are not a traditional
Let's
man.
go through it, Chuck. Tell me what I'm doing which is immoral.
What you're doing, which is immoral?
Yeah.
I think that you have been complicit in convincing young men that...
No. My family dynamic. What am I doing? Being married to my wife.
It's immoral.
Then why? So then.
Under my
So all
worldview,
you did.
that's perfectly
So wait,
acceptable.
Chuck. All you're doing is saying. So Chuck, shouldn't you actually be saying that Andrew? You're doing a good thing. Hang on,
selling you
Charlie.
on
I just want to
my
make sure I got this
worldview?
right.
Now, folks, he should have just quit while he was behind. This shows you that he's never even thought this through. He's never even war gamed it in his mind. People, he's about to argue about the virtues of being a stepdaddy.
Nigga, what?
Rather than him quitting, rather than him stopping, he's already embarrassed and humiliated himself. Now he thinks he can talk his way out of this. Which is why I'm pausing it, because that's what he's about to do right now. He's about to try to argue about the virtues of being a stepdaddy and about how he's making the world a better place. Being with a single mom, he's making the world a better place. Now, he's never said this before. He's never said any of this before now, but this is what he's about to do. Listen up.
Am I doing a good thing? Am I doing a good thing?
Do you think your wife is a charity case?
By taking care of children who weren't mine? Was I doing a good thing? Whose fathers abandoned them? Was I doing a good thing?
Yeah, you're doing a good thing.
Oh, okay. Well then, Chuck, why did you use that as a form of personal attack on me? Even though you think I'm a good person doing a good thing.
I'm convincing you of my worldview.
You're very convincing, Chuck.
Under my worldview,
I'm a good person.
You can marry your wife and no one would judge you. And you can raise the children that aren't yours and no one would judge you.
No, they would
But
still judge me, Chuck.
Under your worldview,
Yeah.
that would not be so. Christian nationalists,
Yeah, what
divorce
about
isn't
it?
even acceptable.
Do you understand what Christianity is? Do you think?
Folks, he just sat there and extolled the virtues, literally, of taking care of children that aren't his because their fathers left. What the hell would we listen to you for? What exactly is it that you got that the rest of us want to work 20 years to get? Because you see, in order for me to take you seriously, in order for me to listen to you, you got to have something I want. What part of this is a boy in high school, 18 years old, 17 years old, saying in 20 years, I hope this is my life? Damn, I hope I can work 20 years, make a couple of $1 million a year, and have a single mom with 3-4 kids by 3-4 different dudes. And that's what I'm working my ass off for, man. That's what I'm going for. Who exactly is the liberal here? Who exactly is the soy boy liberal here? People, I can't figure out who it is. I can't really tell. If you're going to sell me on something, you got to have something I want. You got to have something I want, and he just told you all about how great he's doing, taking in the unwanted boys and being a stepdad and this and that. Okay, dude, if you start off all your conversations this way, well, that would be different. But when you spaz out because somebody said that, it's like, yeah, dude, you realize that's a damn L. That's a liability. That's a liability, and YouTube is boosting him in the algorithm and every damn thing else, and Piers Morgan has him on. Yeah, here's the part they don't talk about. Simps, nobody listens to Simps because we don't want your life. We don't want your life, man. We don't. We don't. And let me be clear about something here. I've heard his wife speak. I've heard her debate. She's actually sharp as a tack. She's logical. She is decisive. So she's actually rather sharp as a tack when it comes to debating. Absolutely, positively. Here's the issue. The issue is, it's not about are you sharp as a tack. It's about where you invest in. We can acknowledge that she's logical, she's intelligent, she's intellectual, she's insightful, she's data driven. So in a lot of ways, she's a female version of Andrew, although now I have to say she's not nearly as emotional.
Auntie, chill!
By the way, she doesn't spaz out and name call like that. So actually, she's the more temperate one. Quite frankly. So it started off good there, but in any case, got a little bit more here because the next thing they wanted to get into, oh yeah, folks, I brought, you all know me. I'm not one of these folks who halfway goes through things. You know me. I'm going to make sure I did not bring receipts. I brought invoices. I don't tell you what you paid. I'll tell you what you owe. So they now get into a discussion about whether or not his wife is promiscuous. Well, like I say, if he had a better person
but you
to
can't figure
against,
out how it's disparaging.
It's disparaging because it goes against the worldview that you espouse.
What part of me marrying a woman who was divorced goes against my worldview?
You say gnarly things about promiscuous women and that they're disgusting.
That's not promiscuity.
You say 3 baby daddies? Yes, that's promiscuous.
Wait a second. Help me out here. How many times have you had sex?
I couldn't count.
How many different partners have?
Don't be misled by him saying she was divorced. Don't be misled by that. So don't be misled. He threw that in there, but don't be misled by it. Don't be misled by it. That's actually mischaracterizing the intent there. So don't be misled by that. Oh, well, she was divorced. Don't be misled by that.
Have you had?
Oh, it depends on what you would consider sex.
Men.
Men?
Yeah. How many men have you fucked, Chuck?
It's certainly under 10.
Yeah, and she has 3. 3 long-term relationships, and I'm one of them.
Nigga, what?
Akash says the same thing about his wife while she's literally sitting there on a podcast talking about how she used to throw ass at frat parties for the white boys. And how she woke up one morning and felt like she had been invaded. Yeah, Akash says the same thing. Folks, single moms don't have just 1 or 2 dudes. It's not like that. That's not the way that works. So for him to say that, this is just insulting our intelligence. Like I say, if he was there debating somebody who was a little bit more informed and more capable, yeah, I'd just shut that down in 5 seconds. But yeah, y'all know that he's insulting our intelligence now. This is just insulting your intelligence. It's like, dude, now you just freestyling. Now you're just acting like the rest of us just fell into earth yesterday. Why are you talking to us this way? Why are you talking like this?
Okay, Chuck. Can you tell me which one of you are promiscuous?
Through having had children with them, forever tied to her. That's a much stronger bond than a hookup.
Okay, but help me out. You fucked way more women than my wife, and she's the promiscuous one?
You wouldn't consider what I do sex, would you?
You fucked men. You said you fucked 10 men, Chuck.
I said under 10. You would not consider the sex that I've had with women to be sex. Is that what you said?
No, I'm talking about men.
Then why'd you bring up women?
I didn't try to. I was talking about men.
Okay.
So yeah, Chuck, you fucked way more.
None of them got me pregnant.
Well, who cares if they did? You would just abort the kid.
I mean, yeah, but
because you're just a sick fuck.
I'm not a sick fuck.
You're a sick fuck.
I think it's crueler. I think it is crueler to have children when you are unprepared and bring them into an unsafe household. I think that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll make sure to let my stepkids know that they shouldn't have been brought in the world because Chuck wishes that her mom killed them. Because then she couldn't say he had 3 baby daddies, could she?
Go ahead and tell them.
Okay. First of all, we all know girl math, although it's really hoe math. No disrespect. Women only count the ones they want to. It doesn't even make sense. It really, really doesn't. Even if that were true, let's just say that even if that were true, if you're a chick who lets dudes leave genetic material in you, that's promiscuous enough, man. It doesn't have to be 1,000 guys. It can be a few guys, and it's like, okay, there's some nasty stuff going on here. So even if numerically that were true, which it is not, but even if numerically it were, yeah, that's promiscuous too. And for him to act like we're all naive enough to believe that the numerology that he gave, it's like, okay, dude, you're only lying to yourself. You ain't lying to us. You're just lying to yourself. You just think you're lying to us, but you're not lying to any of us. And the fact that he's spazzing out like this means that he knows what the reality is, but he realizes, yeah, for this to go public like that, it was live, it goes public. Yeah, he wasn't counting on that blowing out the garbage can. And he should have been, dude. It's like, if you know that's what you're married to, man, you're supposed to be ready for this. You're supposed to be ready for this. Especially if you're married, bruh. You're supposed to have been ready for this a decade ago. That if anybody ever says this, you know how you're gonna respond. And your response was to spaz out like a high school sophomore girl. This was your preparation? And then you wonder why everybody's talking about Greg Adams beat you in the debate now. Because the men can't sign on to this menstrual energy you bring. Fellas are not looking at you and saying, damn, this is where I want to be. They're looking at you and saying, damn, this is where I want to avoid. When she brought that up, dude, you supposed to be ready for that. And of course, he wasn't, because they never are.
Go ahead and tell him, Chuck.
Tell him.
I'll let him know, Chuck.
But it's every time you talk about how older women are undesirable, women with past are undesirable.
That's not what I say.
And then you are dating a woman. You are married to a woman. You are in love with a woman.
Can you tell me what my position is?
I've seen your tweets.
What's my position?
I've seen the way that you speak to sex workers.
Can you tell me
what
my
way that you speak
was my wife a sex worker?
No.
No.
She has 3 baby daddies.
Okay, so not a sex worker? Not a sex worker?
No, not a sex worker.
Okay, great. Chuck.
But so you talk to promiscuous women.
So she had three long-term relationships and did what she was supposed to do in them when she was married, which is have children.
Yeah, and how did that turn out for her?
It turned out great. She ended up with me.
She got half her tongue ripped out. That's what you said.
But she's been with me for almost, fucking 18 years? What's your longest term relationship, Chuck?
3 years, but I'm in my 20s.
3 years. 3 years and 10 guys. Boy, you got a way to go, Chuck.
I said under 10, but I'm also in my 20s. And you're in your...
But dude, no disrespect, 18 years. 18 years, and take a look at the circumstances, man. I mean, you're talking like that's a flex, and we're just saying this is not a commentary on should you all be married or should you two be okay with each other. We're just saying, by the way, if we listen to you, we'll get the same results you got. So that 18 years under those conditions, that's the thing that folks got a problem with. And when you say, follow me and listen to me, we're like, wait a minute, so I can get the same sterling results you got? That he's sitting here currently defending? He's still trying to defend it. Like, this is what happens when people think they're too smart. They think they can talk their way out of anything. He's talked himself right into quicksand, and, oh, don't worry, I'll talk my way out of it. This is what happens with these right-wingers. They just think that anything they say, people will believe it because they can rig algorithms and they can rig TV stations. Okay, well, I'll just rig what people believe. And then it's like, okay, it turns out like this.
I married her when I was in my 20s. With her. What do you mean?
She was in her 30s when you married her then.
Was she? I don't...
She's 5 years older.
No, she's not 5 years. She's 3 years older, you idiot.
Oh, my bad. My information was wrong then.
Yeah, because you got it from a dumb whore, didn't you?
Which dumb whore?
Tree of Logic. You got it from a stupid whore, and that's why your information's bad. What else?
Is Tree of Logic the name of someone?
Yeah, what else do you think? What else do you think, Chuck? Do I have an illegitimate black child, too?
No.
That wasn't part of your information?
No.
Oh. What else was part of your information? How much older is my wife than me?
5 years.
Oh, okay. Well, how old is she then?
She's 43 if you said it was 3 years.
Wait, how old am I, Chuck?
40.
I'm 41.
Oh, okay. Well, she still has 3 baby daddies, which you confirmed.
So you were wrong about that, right?
Okay. This is what you call parsing hairs. These are not fights that are even worth winning there. If he's trying to make it seem like the information's invalid, it's like, dude, you've already admitted to the parts that matter there. Trying to quibble over these nitpicking points, that's not debunking that. She didn't bring up any black children, so you kind of sat up here and jumped out about something that she didn't even bring up. So there's the other issue, dude. It's like, what I'm saying is that if being married to this person turns you into this, that should be a wake-up call for you, dude. Being married to them makes you like this? This is what that relationship has done for you, and you want the rest of us to follow your lead? So we can get the same results, right? That's the point I'm making. We'll listen to you and we can get the same wonderful sterling results, apparently, if we do. That's the only thing I can imagine that you're selling, is for us to get the same results. I can't imagine what else it would be. This is what happens here. Like I say, if you want to know what the real problem is and the real issue is, that's the real problem. That's the real issue. All right, we're going to jump forward a little bit here so he can lecture us about his position on step parents and marrying single moms. I want to put this on the screen so you all can see this straight out of his mouth, and you can tell me how much of this you agree with.
Oh my God, this
fucking over sex workers.
Yeah,
Yes,
good.
And if I recall correctly, you have said that there is like a girl who's at an OnlyFans or done sex work is undateable, unlovable, unmarriageable.
No, I've never said any of those things.
I swear to God, I've heard it.
No, Chuck, you hear what you want to hear. So here's my actual position, and I'll tell you. So my actual position on step parenting is the same position that I would have on sex work. I'm really glad that you stopped being a sex worker, and welcome to Christianity. That's not going to guarantee you a great husband, though, because your past walks with you, unfortunately. And when it comes to step parenting, right, it is true that generally people get bad outcomes when it comes to dating and marrying single moms, especially kids. But that doesn't mean all of them are bad.
Nigga, what?
And it's at this point, at this moment, that your credibility goes straight down the drain. You're not going to be able to sit in front of the 21st century male audience and sell them on this schizophrenic, contradictory nonsense. First of all, he compared being a single mom to sex work. He said being a single mom, well, first he was comparing and she was calling out their voice. My position on being a step parent is the same as on sex workers. So, yeah, he admitted that. He admitted that part. Okay. Hope you were paying enough attention to him. Like, hey, dude, you already admitted that part right there. Those are his words, not mine. So, dude, that's the rationale you have to give to be able to justify it. That's the rationale. Oh, being a single parent, like sex work, it's. I mean, I compare being a step parent to like sex work. It's like, man, are you hearing yourself? Obviously, no. Obviously, no, you're not. Let me go ahead and roll it back one more again so you all can hear him tell you his position on step parents and then compares it to being sex workers.
So here's my actual position, and I'll tell you. So my actual position on step parenting is the same position that I would have on sex work. I'm really glad that you stopped being a sex worker and welcome to Christianity. That's not going to guarantee you a great husband, though, because your past walks with you, unfortunately. And when it comes to step parenting, right, it is true that generally people get bad outcomes when it comes to dating and marrying single moms, especially kids. But that doesn't mean all of them are bad.
Yeah, he's got the good one. Hey, did you hear that, fellas? Now, when he sits in a room full of a bunch of Instagram chicks who are single moms, he's going to tell all of them that they're sluts, they're hoes, they're undesirable. He's going to tell them that when he sits in front of them. Oh, but his single mom that he's married, well, she's the good one. The rest of you are slutty and whores and idiots and dumb and stupid. And you're not wife material. But he's got the good one. So for everybody else, he speaks to what we know is reality. He doesn't talk stupid like that in front of us. But when he gets called out, now all of a sudden he sounds like the Instagram booty models that he likes to mock, because what he just said is exactly what they say. Hey, Andrew, that's exactly what the Insta sluts say when they talk to you. Just because I'm a single mom doesn't mean that I can't get a man. I can't get a quality man. Just because I'm a single mom, that doesn't affect my ability for anything. Oh, well, it makes it harder. Okay. Instead of you saying, no, you're undesirable. Because they're going to tell you, okay, just because the odds are low doesn't mean it's impossible. Therefore, it's okay for me to do it because your wife is the exception. And of course, because I have ovaries, I'm the exception too. Now, when those chicks sit up there and tell him that, he's going to tell them that they're wrong. But he just sat here and articulated it himself in order to defend himself. But when he talks in front of women, when he talks to them, he doesn't talk silly like this. That's not what he says in front of them. He tells them, yeah, ain't no chance, ain't no way. That might be one of, Man. What I'm saying is that he should have been smart enough to just say, you know what, this isn't a position worth defending. He needs to just say, I made a mistake. I got caught up in the game. It's okay. Instead, he's trying to defend it as a virtue. Instead of saying that, yeah, I have a big serious liability. He says the situation is not ideal, especially for the children, as opposed to the situation is a negative. Well, yeah, but it's his situation. So all of a sudden, it's no longer a liability. It's just, well, it can kind of dampen things a little bit. Simply because it's his situation. Simply because it's his situation. That's what happens. The reason why I bring this to you all is because I want you to remember. I want you to remember these folks here in the 21st century, you all get inundated and saturated with stuff in the algorithm that YouTube, Facebook, Instagram just feeds you relentlessly. Folks, the algorithm is rigged. The algorithm is engineered. It's engineered to shove this garbage down your throat. And what I'm letting you all know is that these fellas sitting up here wagging their fingers at you, trying to convince you that everything's gravy for them, and if you just listen to them, it's like, dude, no. Your instincts are correct. Your instincts are right. Your instincts are right. They're trying to sell you something. They're trying to sell you something. When they come to you talking about their traditional conservatives, they're Christian nationalists, hell, at this point, they're red pillars. Man, they're trying to sell y'all something. That includes Andrew.
What? Damn!
By the way, that includes Andrew Tate, rather. That includes you, Andrew Tate. There are a lot of folks out here trying to convince you of that. Because they got something to sell. Because they're trying to make something work. And what I'm telling you is the bottom line is, to these fellas wagging their fingers and trying to lecture people, ultimately, you're not going to catch traction. And even if you do for a little while, eventually you're going to get the covers yanked off of you, because we don't want to be like you. We don't want to be like you. We really don't. This is not what we want to have. We don't want to be raising another man's kids. We want a clean slate. People, the median home price in America today is $440,000.
Damn!
Do you realize what this means for a man? The median home price, $440,000. The median car price, $50,000. I'm not counting insurance, health care, electricity. What I'm telling you is that, do you realize? Do you understand that I told you all that to raise a family now is what, $3 million, they said? Did a program a few weeks ago about that. $3 million for the American dream, people. $3 million. Today, it will cost you $3 million for the American dream today. A chick who comes to you carrying another man's 3 kids by 4 dudes, or 4 kids by 3 dudes, or whatever. That's what you get that $3 million bill dropped on you for? What the hell do you get for $1 million? If that's what you're expected to accept for $3 million, what are you expected to accept for $1 million? What are you supposed to get for that? They don't ever sit up here and explain to you that, by the way, that's what you're going to be sitting on. You're going to be sitting on that. Is that what you thought that you were going to be getting here? Because nobody sat up here and explained that when they got that bill in front of you. And if Andrew explained that to you, it's like, okay, listen to me. Listen to me. I got you covered. Let me go ahead and drop this on y'all right quick. For those of you who may be new here, I am the guy who sits up here and keeps up with this stuff for years because it's what I do. I keep up with this stuff for years because this is what I do. On your screens is a chart here from Investopedia from 2024. I don't bring receipts, I bring invoices. I want to make sure I showed you all. This is the chart from Investopedia 2024. In 2024, they said the American dream cost $3.4 million. This is the story from them in 2025. Just a year later, they tell you that the American dream has gone from 3.4 million to 5 million. That's not individualized for one person here, folks. If you live in America, this is what we're talking about. And I'm asking a simple question. If it's going to take $5 million, $3 million, $1 million, what the hell am I supposed to get? What do I get for that? That's my question. If I listen to Andrew Wilson, because it's going to cost me the $3 to $5 million anyway, in 2025, $5 million, if it's going to cost me that the price has gone up $1.6 million in just 1 year, $1.6 million in just a year. Well, if that's going to be what I got to pay, that the meter is running at $1.5 million a year, what do I get for that? Because that's a lot of damn work. So I'm supposed to do this incredible, monumental amount of work, and the female ain't gonna help. I wish you would tell a female that you're expecting her to do $1 million of labor. She's like,
Nigga, please.
I wish you would get with a chick and expect her to do $1 million of labor. Not that old penny ante bull jive ass stuff. She does that crooked ass job she got. Baby, I ain't talking about that $50,000, $60,000 you get. I'm talking about a straight millie. She gonna be like, Negro, I can sleep with somebody. You gonna do all that. A female is not gonna do $1 million of labor. Especially if you tell her you expect $1 million of productivity out of her. She's like, you can get $1 million kissing my ass. She's not gonna do it. Okay, so if you all are gonna get that $5 million, you're gonna be the one who has to do it. If you gonna get to that American dream, it's not gonna be the broad who gets you there. She gonna check out way before you get to $1 million. Okay, so if you really are like, well, Jason, I want my life, I want everything out of life I can get. All right, well, right now the current tab for that is $5 million. All right. Then what kind of woman you gonna have that's worth $5 million? That's worth $3 million. When was the last time you looked at your timeline and saw a married female who was worth $3 million?
Oh my God, bro. Oh, hell no.
I'm just asking, fellas, ladies, when was the last time you looked on your timeline and you saw a married female that you said, you know what? She's worth $3 million. Yeah, I would work at $3 million for that. Now, it's going to cost you that. But my question is, by the way, are you getting $3 million worth of female for your $3 million of work? $5 million adjusted for inflation. Where's the much less $5 million today? Have females increased in value to the point that now they're worth an additional $1.6 million of effort? $1.6 million of productivity in just one calendar year? When's the last time that happened? Whose timeline are you looking on where that's the level of value that you see? Because if I'm going to listen to some cat sit up here and wag his finger, I'm like, hey, bruh, if you're going to be the coach, then that means I need to get the results you're getting. But I'm like, man, I don't think that's worth the damn effort. She may be super cool to kick it with, and it's like, hey, let me get you a side chick slot available for you. You're competent, you're capable. All right, that's cool. But she gets to hog all the real estate? And you want the rest of us to listen to you so we can get your results. This is why nobody listens to Simps. Not Andrew Wilson, Russell Wilson, Wilson Pickett. What? That's why males don't listen to you guys. It's cool to see you bomb on some of the Insta thoughts, but they still don't want your results. That's where you messed up at, Andrew. Racism to the side. That's where you messed up, dude. You messed up there. You should have just said, you know what? Yeah, I kind of made a bad decision, but, y'all, I want y'all to learn from my mistakes. Now, that's what you should have said. If you had said that, you would have retained a shred of credibility. But it's like, nah, you telling all of us about how great it is being a stepdad? It's like, wait a minute, I'm not trying to work no damn $5 million that I've got all my options in front of me, and I'm going to get with somebody that it's a situation where I have to stop doing things and stuff is all crazy, and that's worth $5 million? That's worth $5 million. What the hell are they trying to sell y'all on today? That's worth $5 million? And then they wonder why dudes aren't listening to them. What the hell is there to listen to you for? They saw your results. They saw what you got. They see what's happening. Yeah, Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro, Andrew Wilson. Yeah, dude, we're cool, man. We're good on that. We're good on that. Not for no damn $5 million. How much work are you supposed to do for that? How much work is that supposed to be worth? For $5 damn million. Tell us exactly what it's supposed to be. Because that's what I got to go these cats with. New York City, Manhattan median rent $5,000 a month. It's okay, man. I got to give them some real damn answers. Because they're already in the thick of it. They got to work. That's it. They've been dropped off into the jungle. They've been dropped off into the battlefield. All right, well, how hard are they supposed to work to take care of somebody's 2 or 3 time baby mama? How hard are they supposed to work for that? However, you might disagree. Therefore, we've gone ahead and pinned the Zoom link to the top of the chat room. You are more than welcome to go ahead and give us a call here tonight. You can check in with us, and you all can let me know. By the way, John Connor needs to give me a call up here on Zoom. Either that, he'll take a permanent vacation. He wanted to tell us about how right Andrew was. I'm so glad that he said that. So now he'll have the opportunity to go ahead and call us up and tell us how right he was. And what it is about this that the rest of us just don't get. We're just a little hard-headed, I guess, and we just don't get it. In the meantime, I want to thank everyone, and I do mean everybody who has contributed to a nice program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo. Shout out here, my man, Young Investor. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Thank you very much for checking in with us tonight, brother. We appreciate that. Some new members, Mr. A, James Sneed, Infinite Blaze, Starburst, Tom Slick in the house, Sir Shy in the house. Naughty Bear in there. Oh, no, yeah, the Naughty Bear. Okay. Yeah, we got that there. All right. Naughty Bear, like I say, I mean, it's totally different discussion there. I mean, how does that change Has that changed the situation? I'm not bombing and dissing on them in general. I'm just saying, by the way. So, how does that change the situation? He gets points. Points. Okay, do those points change the situation? If it does, maybe I can listen. But if it doesn't, okay. Folks, I've been telling you this for the longest damn time. Everybody is in on it. Everyone is trying to bully, pressure, badger men into working your ass off. You're supposed to just work yourself into a coma and expect nothing of equal value. You're supposed to do $5 million of work and productivity, sweat, toil, sacrifice, strain, agony. But are you going to get $10 million of reward? A chick coming to you with 3 kids by 4 different niggas. That's the reward you get for that? Because she gonna drop that on you with no effort on your part. Okay, then how the hell much work you supposed to do for that? How much is that worth? How much toil and sweating are you supposed to do for that? How much contribution to the economy are you supposed to make for that? That you got to see if you can squeeze your way into her predicament. What the hell are you supposed to, what the hell are you going to do with that? What the hell are you supposed to do with that? And everyone is sitting up here running a psyop trying to tell you about what you're supposed to accept. And it's never of equal value. It's never of equal value. How motivated are you supposed to be for somebody's leftovers? I'm just like it is. How motivating is that supposed to be? See, nobody wants to talk about that. You out here doing your thing and facing the odds, and people are telling you that you're not supposed to get equal value for your damn sacrifice. Work your ass off, be an exceptional male, be something worth bragging over, and yeah, this is what you're supposed to get? They're not coming to you and telling you about this. They're not coming to you and telling you about this. See, this is the real cost. No man sits up here and says, okay, the average dude is making $50,000 a year. I got to make $250 a year. No fella is saying I need to do 5 times what the average dude is doing so I can get the same results. And then you got your so-called internet gurus being full-blown apologists and propagandists for telling you to do the same thing, work your ass off to get the same thing. Andrew got the same female that the 3 guys before him got. Worse for wear, no disrespect, none whatsoever. But what I am saying is you cannot escape the reality that she brings all that baggage. You cannot escape the reality that she brings all of that baggage. Is that baggage worth the $5 million? What are you getting with all these complications that's worth the $5 million of effort that you will be required to put in? And nobody is explaining that to you all except me and saying, hey, man, this is bad math. That don't work out. That doesn't work out. You're going to have given up way too much, and you are not going to be getting $5 million worth of satisfaction. You can't. You can just throw in the towel and say, okay, damn it, this is the best I can do is surrender. And okay, I'll just snuggle up with the kids and make it work. Okay, man, look here. Man, that's a damn psyop. That's a psyop. And I got Brother Lex and some folk over here on Zoom. I'll get to you here in one moment. I want to make this point before I start taking calls. The bottom line is we have to hold the line. Folks, this is not about charity. This is not about no damn mercy. Every time some dumbass simp wipes up a single mom, all that sends is the message to the females, we'll get a bailout. So why shouldn't I slut it up with every Chris Brown wannabe and Nick Cannon one? Why shouldn't I? You simp niggas gonna be there when I get done dragging my draws through the gutter? You'll be right there. Fellas, what is the deterrent when so many males make it very clear that they really will wait until all these chicks are done with their hoe phase? He'll be right there to pay the bill. He'll be right there to pay the bill. Why shouldn't they do it? Now, if men just say, you know what, baby, your sob story show is sad and pitiful, but we got rules. And when all the other chicks see that, oh, the men done changed, they ain't picking up nobody's sloppy nothings. No, they leaving you on the roadside for pickup. That's the only thing that changes, not what you say, what you do. But if the women know you're not serious, all I gotta do is wait you out. You don't have any options. And you will take somebody else's leftovers and make a permanent damn commitment? Fellas, no, we're gonna have to make examples out of a generation so that they understand that we through with the bull jive. But when you got fellas like Andrew who are willing to cross the picket line, then he has no credibility to talk to any of the insta sluts next time he walks in the room with them. There's nothing he can say to them except, well, your wife got you to marry her. What you mean I can't get a man? Your wife got you? You married a single mom. Well, your wife took you. You took her. That's what it's going to be. And he won't have a leg to stand on to argue, except to say that, well, his wife is special. To which the girl's going to say, well, I'm special too. Let me go ahead and jump over here on Zoom. Let's see if we can get Lex up here on Zoom for me right quick. All right, Lex. What's on your mind, brother?
Jason. I'm doing well. I just wanted to ask you a quick question. Well, first off, I thought it was very interesting, just the talking points of Andrew. It just felt like it almost showed a little bit of childishness on his side. You know, he just had a lot of like schoolyard debate tactics, if you will. So that was just something that I noticed. But, you know, I've called several times in the past, and I don't know if you remember, but I'm from New York. The question I have for you is, if a man who's in his 30s and is on his grind and he's productive, I mean, at this point, what is he to do if he's surrounded by perpetual side chick material? You know what I mean? Like, I've called a couple of times and you gave me sound advice, so I followed, you know, slow and steady with just trying to be a producer and just grind. But now it's to a point where it's like, well, I'm doing all these things. I'm reaching towards that producer status, but to me at least, I don't really see anyone or that potential of, extending those opportunities to build with. So just wanted your take on that.
Okay, well, New York females, I've told y'all about that before, They're smart, they're savvy, so I have respect for them. But I also understand they come with problems. So, it is what it is. I would love to tell you that the dynamic is dramatically different somewhere else, but this is global.
Yeah.
So here's the real thing. The real thing is the best you can do is have yourself in a position where you don't have to tolerate anything you don't want. You cannot change the females. The only thing you can change is yourself. Yeah. Starting with what you have to tolerate and what you have to accept. The reason for having options, brother, is so that you don't have to accept nonsense. I cannot guarantee you that she'll be a model citizen. I can guarantee you that if you got options, you don't have to sit with a damn not model citizen, which is what most males out here, shout out Andrew Wilson, are having to do. Because deep in his heart, he just got broke down. He knew it wasn't right. And the fact that he goes everywhere proselytizing and preaching against it, yeah, he knows. Yeah, but the options ain't there. And so the bottom line is you're not giving up on the women when you do that. You're giving up on yourself.
I get that, but what would you say to the male who has options? Well, then again, it's water speaks its own level. I guess I'll be answering my own question. But originally I was going to ask, well, what if his option pool isn't that great? It's all pretty much the same woman. Then that kind of just falls back to the man himself. Wouldn't you agree, right?
Yeah, what I'm saying though, and I think I talked to you about this before.
Yeah.
If you're not, fellas are gonna have to move around. Y'all are gonna have to move around, and yeah, you're in New York City, but you need to start examining the circles you're in. Start examining what you do on the weekends. Start examining where you are specifically, where you at. Start examining your social circle. If you don't know more people in that, and the other thing is age matters. The bottom line is the cesspool only gets more rancid the older it gets. And right now, if she's over the age of 28, it's a crapshoot. I'm talking about even if she doesn't have kids. Because I've told y'all about this before. The females today know men ain't really checking for baby mamas like that. So if she's in her 20s and doesn't have kids, she figures, well, I ain't got to do nothing else. I ain't got no kids. Y'all need to bow down and kiss my ass. So I'm just saying I'm not telling you it's easy. I'm not telling you it's simple, but what you have to do is make sure that you are the best option she has so that you're not wasting your time. The real problem is most males don't demonstrate that. I didn't say think it. I mean, demonstrate it.
But to your point, like if we're talking about circles, I have different circles. So from a professional setting to creative setting and just people that I, grew up with and, in the neighborhood and everything like that. But to your point,
okay, tell me the last 3 functions you went to.
All right. So then I would say probably
all right.
An event, a party. Yeah,
Okay, so in other words, you went where the hoes at.
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
thank you.
Yes,
now, brother, just earlier this year, I was in Albany, and it was like the Caribbean, Hispanic, Puerto Rican, whatever thing, political get together they had down there in Albany. And dude, I'm like, I can see why the politicians stay in so much damn trouble because it looked like Disco 5000 now. I was there. I'm not telling you what somebody else told me. Now I was there on business, but I saw more mini skirts and stiletto heels than you're gonna see at Club 54. And this was an event that was, Alvin Bragg was there, the DA. Letitia James was there, the Attorney General. I got pictures and video of all of them. That was just last February. Matter of fact, it was Valentine's Day. So I was there. I'm not telling you what somebody else told me. I'm telling you I was there. And I drove all the way from Louisiana. And they had the hotels packed out. I'm talking about black, white, Asian. Although it was primarily black and Asian. I guess they were probably Afro-Latinos. But dude, there wasn't a bunch of size 16s running around there either. Now, what does that tell you? Now, I saw them at the function, and then they all went. There was 2 hotels in particular, one across the street and one down the block, and one was the Hyatt and the Hyatt and the Hilton. That's where they left as soon as the damn party was over. I'm like, oh, the after party about to get started. I'm like, let me see if I can find a politician to follow. No Epstein, but I'm just saying, let me find a politician to follow. They might be getting ready to get in trouble.
Yeah, but you already know what they're there for, though.
Okay, but no. Listen.
Okay.
What is she there? What is she there for?
She's trying to attach herself to a potential producer.
Oh, so in other words, okay, but the problem is the females outnumber the men.
They are looking for producers. We already know this, though.
Right. But what I'm saying, though, is that these were females who were dressing to let you know, okay, she is not looking all city-ish. All right, That's great. That's wonderful. And take a look where they were. They weren't chasing athletes. They weren't there for an athlete or a rapper. There were no athletes or rappers. That DJ was killing me. So I want you to understand something. And that was just me coming from 1,000 miles away. What are you guys who live there doing? Let's just call it what it is. Y'all looking for the spot where the Insta hoes hang out. You looking to go grab one of those because mentally in your mind, you've already predetermined that's what you're supposed to have on your arm because that's what will impress other people and that's what gives you your social proof. I'm not mad at you. What I am saying is, okay, you get what you pay for. So don't complain about the results when you're fishing in the same pond that damn me PJ Washington and Zion Williamson are in. You fishing in the same creek with them and want radically different results. Now I'm just telling you all, for the females who are up and coming or who are, once they leave college and stuff, it depends. They're either going to take the whole road or they're going to try to take the career road, one or the other. What you want to do is get them before they're in the damn 30s and nothing you can talk to them about. But other than that, bro, they're not hanging out in those kind of places, dude. Or if they are, that's not the one you want. So yeah, you want to talk about socially conscious? I don't see how she could be more socially conscious than hanging out with the damn attorney general is. So yeah, if I told you it was a bunch of size 6s wearing miniskirts hanging out with Letitia James, you'd be like, first of all, nigga, you lying. But you'd be like, no, Jason, it can't be. There were literally dozens and dozens. I'm trying to keep from saying hundreds, although it easily could have been hundreds. And what I'm saying is that's not where you all are going. You're not going there.
Yeah, it's usually a lot of the same places out in New York City, at least from what so that's something I got to take away.
What I'm saying is the quality men and the quality women are playing hide and go seek with each other.
Yeah, exactly.
All of y'all are trying to tiptoe around each other. The females are trying to figure out how to get a sensible male in between getting laid on top of by athletes. And the fellas are trying to figure out how to get a sensible female in between chasing Insta hoes. The so-called sensible people are playing hide, or they're both wallflowers and book geeks who don't want to leave the house at all. And I'm just saying, bruh. Going to the gym will find you a chick who's in good shape. It will not tell you anything about what's going on between her ears. If she's hanging out at a political function, that tells you a lot right there by itself. If she just wants a party, there's a whole lot more live parties than with Alvin Bragg. I assure you. If she came all the way to Albany on Valentine's Day, cold as hell on the weekend after it had been snowing, and you all know I hate snow, that tells you a lot, right? I'm just saying the odds are going to be demonstrably better here. But fellas don't do that.
Yeah.
And I came all the way from Louisiana, so I'm just saying, bro, if that's, and I turned down other events, to be totally honest. I turned down other things. So you do have females out there who are interested in that, especially in New York. Y'all are not going there, man. You're not going. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Where were you last New Year's?
I went to church and then I went to a party.
Okay. How'd that work out for you?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go tell you to spend the $10,000. I'm not going to tell you to go do that. But I've covered this before for those of you who live near Times Square. No, you don't live near Times Square. If you get a hotel room in Times Square for New Year's, folks, you're going to drop about 10, 20 G's. Regular ass hotel room. It should be criminal, but in any case. And what I'm saying is, by the way, you hang out at church. What were you looking to pick up there?
No, I'm not looking to pick up.
Okay, thank you. You're hanging out with your grandparents, and that's good. Hang out with the grandparents. That's great. I'm just saying, time is ticking. I'm going to go to a party. You mean the same party that didn't work out before?
Yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah.
Dude, I'm just telling you, like, when I was at I'm not gonna say which I'm not gonna say which hotel until I get far enough away from it. But when you're down there, they were passing by in the lobby. In the damn lobby. On New Year's, that they'll be there for the same thing you're there for.
I see what you mean.
And New York is overrun with them. Now, if you want a real cheat code, by the way, between New York and Miami, by the way, but I'm not even going to take you out of it. I'm just saying you got a bunch of spots up there. It's not just Times Square. So I'm just saying it's November now. It's going to be a bunch of single females there for the ball drop, and he's in New York. But folks, he won't be there. He'll be at church. And then he's going to call me back and complains. Dude, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do?
Yeah, you know the definition of insanity, Jason. So, yeah, it's about time to just switch things up. So,
well, I'm just saying you have to be where they are.
Yeah.
You know, just y'all are like rats when y'all are like chasing rats around the house. No, you got to be where they are, and then they give them an opportunity to come to you. But the circles you're hanging in, I know what you're looking for, and I'm just like, and you're finding it. Yeah, you found some bros to lay up with, but nothing you want to commit to or invest in.
Yeah.
Well, but that wasn't what you went looking for. You went, well, okay, banging body first, and everything else fall into place. Dude, okay.
Yeah, but I'm not going to lie. Some of these career women, you know, they're not fun to be around sometimes. I'm not going to lie to you. Like,
okay, well, no, but once again, if she gets in her 30s, hell no, she's no fun to be around.
Exactly, yeah.
Because she's
in her 30s,
okay, brother, I already gave you that caveat. Fellas, I don't know how to say this to anybody else out here more stark than I am. Fellas, I'm not going to advise any of you to really go hardcore chasing anything in their 30s unless you're in your 50s. What? That's it. If you're in your 50s, I don't know. You might give something in their 30s a chance. Everybody below that, man, everybody out the pool. Because I've been saying for years, they're going to be set in their ways. They're going to be set in their ways. They're hard-headed. They got 4 decades of feminism. And unfortunately, females today are used to losing. They're used to losing with student loan debt, car debt, the apartment. Most females today are accustomed to doing dumb stuff and losing. That's why I said you need to have your options so you ain't losing with her. She starts losing, overboard she go. But really, if you're talking about investing, I don't see how you do that with something that's today. If she's not in her 20s, you're rolling the dice. If she's not in her 20s today, you're rolling the dice. Now, make of that whatever you will. I'm just giving you math. I am just looking at the world with my eyes wide open. And if she's not, I'm not saying you can't go older than 20s. You can. Just understand in this environment, brothers, men are gambling today if you do that.
And before I sign off, that point you made is so profound. Regarding that point you made about that losing mentality, it's so prevalent just around, you know, women around my age group, you know what I mean? So and it's almost just depressing to be around them sometimes, like, or just be around peers around my age when it's like that losing mentality.
Well, that's what happens when you start losing. When you start making mistakes compound themselves. So you're not dealing with a female who made one mistake, like with Andrew Wilson. It's not a female who made one mistake. They make mistakes that pile and compound on top of each other. Now she's coming to you with a damn IHOP 8 stack of mistakes. And she's angry, she's bitter, she's cynical. She don't want to get with nobody's program. In her mind, I got to get you before you get me. I have to extract benefits from you before I give you anything. And if I give you something, it'll be the minimum. And I'm just saying that's what time does. So really it's a losing mathematics game the older that they get. And it used to be they only happened in their late 40s. Now they're in their early 30s. And it's what you're saying is they're already through in their early 30s and they're already done. So what I'm just saying is stop denying the math. The math is what it is. However, the question is, are you the kind of guy that a female at that stage would be willing to cash out for? Because she feels like she's got a bunch of options herself. So that these are the stakes. These are the actual factors that you're dealing with. Now, you'll make of that and deal with whatever you want to. All I'm saying is value is the same around the world. If you are the guy who's in the top 5%, you shouldn't be getting those results. If you're not, there's probably something you're doing and you know you're doing it and you're expecting different results. Now, here's the thing, brother. I'm just going to tell you just like it is because I know what you're doing. I talked to you about this before. You didn't want to listen to it then. I mean, look, you keep banging your head in the wall if you want to. Go ahead and keep doing that. What you need to do right here, bro, if you want to deal with hoes, you need to have a side chick over here and then something else and just stop playing. Stop acting like that's not what you really want. If you're going to keep moving like that, you're going to have to be honest with yourself about what you're doing.
Yeah.
The real problem comes when you want the world, you schizophrenic and want the world to be schizophrenic with you. No. So if you want to deal with hoes and you just got to have something that's a size 6 waist and a size 10 ass, I know, I've been there. I ain't mad at you. But there's an asterisk that comes by that. So if you're going to keep doing that, just don't get mad about the results. If you just demand, hey, I got to have this kind of rump on her. Okay. Well, she knows that. And if she thinks that that's her value, she's like, nigga, I'm already doing you a favor.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
I'm going to tell you fellas what y'all really got to do in the 21st century. And this is going to become a rule. Fellas, you're going to have to stop chasing 8s and 10s and stop listening to jackasses on the internet tell you about all they get are 8s and 10s.
What? And deal with it, nigga.
Stop listening to the YouTube liars, con men, grifters, and other assorted psychos telling you fellas about 8s and 10s. I'm saying this to every man around the world tonight. This is from the Black Book.
Join me, and I will complete your training.
Stop listening to all of these liars on the internet with their YouTube channels promising you that the next banging bikini model gonna be with you if you just listen to them, take their course, tune into their janky ass program. Stop listening to it. You've already been seeing it for years. The evidence in front of your eyes is telling you that's not real. It keeps you coming back week after week, but it's not real. Well, Jason, what do we do? What mathematically, fellas, I think that it would be a more potent investment to find a 6 that you can fix up to an 8. Find a 6 that you can clean up to an 8. A 6 who is cooperative, work with you and everything else. Okay, for us as men, that works out better for us. Women can't do that. We can. Okay, she's a 6, everything's together. Let's find a 6 who we can upgrade to an 8. That doesn't bring the emotional and mental issues. That would be a whole lot better investment of time, money, effort, because everything else together, it's like, okay, baby, look here. No, they got folk with that. We got you, as long as she's not waddling around here like damn me Lizzo. It would be a whole lot better investment of men's time today to focus instead on, because that's what you're really getting as, well, her head's straight, but she ain't sexy enough. It's like, okay, I suggest you start becoming more resourceful because mathematically speaking, that's a much better investment of your time. The 8s and 10s today, they've been getting flued out by millionaires since they were 19 years old. So if you get to her by the time she's 25, 26, like, dude, you're not her first 6-figure dude. You're not her 5th. As far as she's concerned, this is where I rank. And you're trying to convince her that that's not? No. So to the fellas today, stop listening to the YouTube liars and clowns. I'm just telling you, she can't be toe all the way down. No. But if you're looking for something to invest in, it would be a much more prudent, wise use of your time and resources to find a 6 who is worth upgrading. Because if you get an 8 or a 10, you're going to have to upgrade her too. The problem is, what's your return on that? I say you would get a high return from a 6 who actually is upgradable. Now, I didn't say go get something toe down, fellas. Cardi B was a 6.
What?
Damn! Just saying.
Jason. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. And that's actually solid. That's real true. That's true.
Fellas don't want to accept it like, damn, Jason got to break down and take it. Okay, you ain't going to break down nothing, but keep spinning your wheels.
No, you're right. And one last thing. I tried doing that in my 20s, but the mistake was that she had like her own set of traumas and issues that I just thought, I could also be a therapist. Like I made all the wrong mistakes. But to your point, if it was someone that just had their head right and, was worth investing in, yeah, it could have worked out. But,
No, you told yourself, I'm trying to live this top 5% life. I need a broad who matches the car, the mansion. I need a chick who matches that. When you show your lifestyle, they say, damn. When the broad step out, you want folks saying damn too. And that's matching. And I understand it and I get it. And you're not wrong for that. What I am telling you is that, by the way, you're not up against your feelings. You're up against math. Yeah. And the math is you cannot choose from the options you wish were available. You can only choose from the ones that actually are.
Yeah.
And it would be different if quality women came from a factory. The factory is the home. You see what the hell going on out there. Who's raising these folks? You have no control of that. So you got to deal with the situation as it is, not what you wish it were.
No, I appreciate that, brother Jason. All right, have a good one. Be one.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Hey, fellas, I'm just telling you like this. All these people who've been sitting out here for years and stuff, and they grab a Lamborghini and they go get some Insta slut and whatnot. Man, you ain't never seen me do no garbage like that. You ain't never seen me do no mess like that. This is the real damn world. It's the real damn world. And if you want to know what a real viable strategy is with the math that you face, find a chick who is 100% down with your damn program. If a chick is with your damn program, listen to me, fellas. If she's with the program, she will make whatever changes you want.
And deal with it, nigga.
When you get an 8 or a 10, she's like, I don't have to change nothing, nigga. I'm already perfect. I don't have to change anything. You get a chick who got to qualify for you and she's not on that bullet jive, she will make the changes for you that you want. On account of the fact she's trying to be on the team. You go grab somebody who figures that she's already a mascot. Okay. All right, we got okay, unmute yourself, Jeremy. Unmute yourself, sir.
Hey, can you hear me all right?
Okay, dude, I was about to start cursing at you here. He's steady sitting over there talking. I'm like, is he really trying to talk to me before he's unmuted himself?
Oh, no, my apologies. Well, first of all, I really appreciate this broadcast. The reason why I wanted to call in today is because you've been spot on. You said the red pill was dead. You called it years ago. And at first, I was getting a lot of red pill content in my feeds out of nowhere. And it was guys like Andrew Wilson, the Whatever podcast. And essentially, you called it years in advance. And now you see all these guys unraveling and their real nature coming out. Everything they've done, they've essentially, Andrew Wilson has pretty much ended his career. Akash has pretty much ended his own career. But they were grifting to us, telling us how we should live, how we should interact with people, and really acting like they were above the fray when they're really the ones perpetuating it, and they've gotten exposed in real time. And you pointed that out, I would say, well in advance of anyone I've ever seen. I was curious, why do you think people like Andrew and Akash are so motivated to defend their grift, even though it's diametrically opposed to what they say they want?
If you took those things away from them, what would you listen to them for?
Yeah, you're right.
There's a reason why that's the thrust of their sale, because if you took that away, what do they have that you would want? So what you have right now in the internet age is they understand there's a loneliness epidemic. Men and women, is of equal proportion. They keep trying to gaslight men. So you got a lot of lonely folks out here. And there are people who have tapped into that as a profit margin. And they know they got a sales pitch that they're trying to give. So you see it amongst the women. It's really acute over there. Everybody's trying to sell them on, if you just get married, everything's fine after that. The marriage is a magic panacea. It fixes everything from loneliness to the gout. So you got a bunch of lonely females chasing that. Oh, marriage. Also, the marriage will fix your student loan problem that you got yourself. Every mess you've gotten yourself into, marriage will fix it. So that's the sales pitch that the women give other women. You screwed up. You made every mistake necessary. You ain't strong and independent. You're a goof. But marriage, there's a male out there to bail you out. Women want to hear that they'll get saved and won't have to change anything. Now, isn't that abusive? Then on the other side where the males are, okay, fellas, if you don't have the sexual options you wish you did, listen to me, because there's something that you're doing wrong. I'll help you get that straightened out. And meanwhile, a lot of folks have not been sitting up here checking pedigrees. And now they got it down to an art. Get a fancy car, get a bimbo over here, and sell your course. Have memberships to your channel. YouTube will boost you in the algorithm because they boost white YouTubers. Okay, well, go do this. Get a table full of Insta sluts that you sit up here and say stuff to and tell them that they're wrong about everything. And the guys who are sitting at home alone by themselves, touching themselves to internet porn, well, they'll tune in and you get AdSense off of it. And that's what it is. I've always told y'all, look, Jason, how do you see that? And they wouldn't, because I'm out here in the trenches with you. I have not told you all of it. Man, look here, I found the promised land. I've never said no garbage like that to you. I told you all exactly the opposite. I said, where are you going, man? Passport for what? They're the same all over the world. Who the hell are you fooling? Who do you think you're fooling? It's the same everywhere. How do I know? Because I'm out here with you. I see the exact same thing you see. I've been coast to coast all over this damn place. So there's not a city you're going to tell me about that you're in and whatnot that I haven't seen, or at least a major city near you. I know what you're going through. I see what you got. I see what you got to choose from. And I'm not going to sit up here and tell you that's your fault. So the difference is these dudes out here, they want to believe what you said, that they've risen above the fray and that they've gotten lifted out of the quagmire and they've been liberated and elevated out of the frenzy, and that now they can talk down to you peons because they have figured it out and they have solved the puzzle. That's what they want to sell you on. I've told you, man, look, I'm in the trenches with you. I see exactly what you see. And them fellas trying to brag to you, they're trying to sell you something. First of all, they're trying to sell you credibility because they don't really have it. So they're trying to sell you credibility they don't have. And they're trying to tell you that they got some secret that you don't have. And when nobody gets to ask them. These are not two-way conversations. The bimbos they sit at the table with, it took all these years before one female sat there in front of Andrew and said that. All these years. If this had been said 5 years ago, would he be where he is today?
No.
Think about that for a few moments. So, yeah. Okay, but guess what? The guys he was sitting with didn't say it either.
Yeah, one other question I have for you. Now that he's been exposed as being a grifter, as someone who's really not living what he preaches, we know you're ahead of the curve when it comes to knowing, hey, the red pill is dead, but there's millions of other guys who are, maybe young men, maybe struggling with women, and they don't know this yet. When do you think, or how long do you think it'll take for them to see, okay, this red pill stuff is a grift, the red pill is dead, we need some real solutions and real alternatives to what we're doing right now?
I think most of them already know. I think most men already know that, we've already got them as the understanding female natures. You already understand female nature. What you're trying to figure out is how you circumvent it. And that's what none of these people are talking to you about. They will not be honest with you about what the nature of the real problem is. The real problem is you don't have power. If you're unwilling to break down and just say that that's the crux of the issue, you can't fix anything. If you're not willing to say that what you envy or resent about the female's choices when they were in high school, college, whatever, is that these other men seem to have power and you didn't. That's what the stick in your craw is. Right there. All right, now that you've admitted that, all right, how do you empower yourself? Okay, but brother, this is going to be a bad conversation to have. Because now we got into specifics. See, for females, you can tell them, get your hair done, get your nails done, lose some weight. But you see, if I need you to double and triple your income, oh boy, I got to give you specific direction. And you might be able to increase your IQ, you can't increase your height. And what if you have a personality of a wet dish rag? Oh man. Well, oh, you see, that's not as simple as, quote, get married. Because you see, what these guys will not tell you, they can say phrases like genuine burning desire, but they don't know what that means. They don't actually know. They just know it's a phrase, and they know, well, that would be groovy to have. They don't know what that means. When you are a guy who has a personality, when a female can reflect on things you said, you have a sense of humor. But she doesn't present you as funny, but she knows you have a sense of humor. You've got something insightful to say. That's the kind of thing that does that. Now she's thinking about you when you're not there, assuming everything else is in place. They don't talk about that because they can't. But one more thing, desire is essential. Damn! Desire matters, people. Desire matters. It matters if she's attracted to you. It matters. You can hate it. You can love it. You can argue about it. It don't change it. Anybody telling you that factor doesn't matter is lying. It matters if she desires you. It matters if she's passionate about you. It matters. And Matt Walsh and Andrew Wilson, these guys will try to tell you that, that there's a cheat code around it. No, it's not. No, there isn't. Anyone who tells you that it is lying to you. Did they have a conversation with you about the fact that, by the way, desire absolutely matters? Passion absolutely matters. Oh, so if you can't hold a conversation, if you're not engaging, if she doesn't look at you and see a fire in your eyes. Women did not go gaga over Jamie Lannister. The females went nuts over Khal Drogo, and he was only there for one damn season. For anybody who watched Game of Thrones. The female, and that's because that's Jason Momoa. That's who Jason is. That's how he got his face cut up in a damn fight at a bar. That really is him. Okay. The women are letting you know they respond to that. Not the little nice meat guy, thank you, ma'am. Khal Drogo is like, look, I came to take what's mine. You can, with Jason, he didn't even talk that much. You could just see it in his eyes. Oh, that's desire. Oh, that's passion right there. Oh. And she will see if you have that. She will also see if you don't. Now, she might accept you without it, but there's levels to it. And it is what it is. There's levels to it, and it is what it is. And these other guys didn't talk to you about that to tell you, by the way, here's the minutia. They won't say it. They'll talk about the dark triad. They won't tell you how you can get it. Oh, there's a course they never talked about before. Everybody talks about the dark triad as an abstract. How many of you YouTubers have ever talked to you all about how you can acquire the dark triad? Hell, they argue with you about whether or not you should even want it. They talk about it as if it's something you're just born with. Yeah, I'm the first person who ever told you all tonight here in 2025, November 2025, that, by the way, you can acquire the dark triad. All the other YouTubers tell you have to be born with it. None of them tell you how you can acquire it. Most of them try to talk you out of it. Ain't that right, Jordan Peterson? So no wonder you can't get it together. You will sit there and listen to Andrew and he doesn't have it. Did that sound like dark triad or did that just sound like dark wine ass that he was doing?
Was not dark triad at all.
So you're going to go listen to him and come away with what? Come away with what? What are you going to learn over there? So with that being the case, that's the reason why there's a difference. These guys they don't know they're simps. That's the first thing. Dunning-Kruger effect. They're simps, but they don't know they're simps. They found a chick, he was the last train leaving, and he thinks he hit the jackpot. When in reality, all of her other better options said, yeah, we'll pass. And then the women at the last minute go scramble and go find the simp who've been waiting on them for years. He's the best she's the best he ever got. And he cashes out his chips. And now he comes back and tells you that he's winning. And that you need to listen to him because he's winning. And he's hoping to God you never ask for a peek under the hood. And that's what it is today. Worldwide, especially across the internet, festering on YouTube. They're just hoping that none of you ever ask for a peek under the hood. Speak, nigga!
I don't have anything else to say. I mean, you pretty much put it, I would say, eloquently, to say the least. I'm just really disappointed in Andrew Wilson. He talked a good game for years, and the first time he got challenged, he just crumbled. He's a glass house. He was throwing stones. She threw one stone and shattered his glass house in front of the world, and he didn't know how to deal with it.
Well, here's the thing. What is he going to teach you about manhood now? Nothing. This was the most damaging thing for Andrew. What is he going to teach another male about manhood? I'm not going to get into his personal life there, but by the way, who are the males who want to listen to you, Andrew, and they want to be like that now? If I listen to him, that's the caliber of male I'll be. That's the most damaging thing that happened to him. Other males, we all saw him. It's like, dude, you completely lost your cool. You completely came apart. You find out what you are under pressure. You find out what you are under fire. And you showed us what you are. He had a moment he could have at least shown us how he operates under pressure. Problem is he did. He did. He showed us exactly what he is under pressure. It's like, oh, this is a bad look, dude. This is just a bad look. And that's the part that's going to linger. How does he sit among the men and tell the men, okay, here's instructions on how you increase your manhood? How does he do? Forget how he talks to the women. How does he talk to the men from here on in?
Yeah, and that's what manhood is. You know, a lot of times people can fake, but when the pressure's on and you really getting those arrows, you got to be able to hold up in those moments. The worst thing he could have did was exactly what he did, which is run away from what the reality was and try and change and make it seem like it was better than what it was. He should have just admitted the reality. Hey, you know, she was a single mother. I fell in love with her and we went from there. Obviously, that's not what I'm preaching at this time, but he didn't do that. He wanted to cover his tracks to keep up this image that he put out to the world, and he got destroyed. So
what you're saying is that what he should have said was, okay, yeah, he was a single mom. I don't recommend it. Okay, but how does he have authority to speak and teach you if he says, by the way, the life I'm living, I don't recommend it? So he can't say that. He needs to say it, but he can't say it. Otherwise, he's lost his authority with you. So, yeah, you're kind of a catch-22.
Yeah, he definitely backed himself into the corner. I don't have anything else to say. I'm going to drop back down and enjoy the broadcast. I really appreciate you. Thank you.
Hey, Rivers, give us a call tonight. You know, like, from the moment he got on the phone, y'all, I could just tell. It's like, okay, I'm gonna have to wake him up. The moment I saw him, I'm like, okay, I'm going to be waking him up tonight. All right, let's go ahead and grab Brother Prince over here on Zoom. I got you up late tonight, Prince. What's on your mind, brother?
Yes, brother. You are hitting it on all cylinders tonight, man. I want to ask you some questions, bro. Is a simp or are these guys that's thirsty behind these women, or they're like a woman's second chance or mulligan? Is that their do-over? If they say a break in case of emergency, so if they always have these options, what No,
it's the bailout, brother. Here's the culture today. The culture today is females. They listen to Cardi B, Nicki Minaj, all the trash. They got their slutty ass mamas, their greasy ass aunties, their grandmamas, and what they tell them is, brother, when your grandmama was coming up, she told the daughters not to be out there doing a bunch of mess. That's not what these hoes are doing today. These chicks are telling their daughters in high school, girl, go have fun, live your life, hot girl summer. That's what they're telling them in high school, middle school even. So by the time they get to you, bro, they've been out there hot girl summering for 6 or 7 summers now. And what they told them is, don't worry, the fellas will be there when you get done slutting it up. Now that's the hook that nobody is talking about, or at least when they do, everybody tries to pretend that, that's not real. The women don't really mean it, or the men won't really respond. Yes, they will. I'm telling you, yes, they will. Take a look on the damn street. Very clearly, that's what's happening. They're telling their daughters, you can go slut it up, and the males will be waiting when you get done. And when you take a look out there, the ones that the women are attracted to and desire, oh, he's not there. Yeah, but yo simp ass is. And so this is why all these females stay grabbing orbiters, what I call back pocket dudes before they made the term orbiters. They keep them around for a reason, and you get the hey boo phone call. So it shouldn't be any surprise that Akash, Andrew, these are chicks they knew from way back years ago. Oh, I've known her for a while. Yeah, but you're not the only male she's talked to since you two met. So it's always a come back around situation. It's always, okay, they were with them and they wasn't, we was off again, on again, and then finally, that's your damn warning sign. What was she doing while she wasn't with you? She was finding out what her, quote, better options were viable. She was finding out those were viable. And when she realized that what she really wanted was not viable, okay, let me go get this sucker who's going to commit to me. He's going to give me everything, and I don't have to give him anything.
So is it the women are just not competitive?
No. After they're traumatized, they become abusive. They consider it trauma that the guy they really desired and they went all out and drug their draws to the gutter for. Well, if he ultimately doesn't want her, now she considers herself to be traumatized. Now she reorganizes her strategy. And the strategy now is a more predatory one. But only certain types of weak dudes fall for predators. So that's the ideal candidate they go looking for. So after they've been traumatized, they're now looking for an abusive relationship that they can be in charge of. Because now she values control over everything else. Before she valued characteristics and desires things. After she gets run through the ringer, now she's like, okay, I got to get you before you get me. Well, that means control. Now she's looking for a fella she can control. But before, she wanted the guy more than he wanted her.
Yes.
Now, Andrew, Akash, Russell Wilson, listen up, fellas. Here's where you went wrong. Now she's looking for a guy who wants her more than she wants him.
I got a question for you, brother. Do women always despise a man that they don't have passion for?
I don't know if they despise him. I do know that she doesn't respect, like you as much.
Okay.
And unfortunately, that will be enough. Brother, does she hate the dude she friend zones? Does she despise him?
Maybe not.
Okay, does she despise her second or third choice? Does she despise them? No. then why are the second and third choices offended? Because they're not the one she really wants. So what I'm saying is, I don't know if she despises him. I don't know how you measure that. What I will say is, does it make you feel better knowing that you were not her first choice, that you're here because the first choice did not work out, and now as far as she's concerned, she's making the best of it?
That's pathetic, man.
Are you okay with that? Now, if you're okay with that, pinch and pimps tend to be, but if you're okay with that, all right. But why did it offend you so much in high school and college then? Why did that offend you so much in your 20s when you're working your ass off? Why did that offend you so much then? Have you become smarter and wiser today? Is that what you're going to tell yourself? I'm smarter and wiser, more mature now. Is it that, or is it you're more lonely and just broke down now? And you're just ready to just give up. And, what can I get? Let me just settle. Because if it offended you 20 years ago, why does it not offend you as much now? Or why are you willing to accept it now when it offended you so badly 20 years ago?
Take whatever he can get.
If they're honest with themselves, they will admit that. And what he's hoping is that since he's given up, she's given up too. And now Walter's reached its own level. Ooh. And that's a hell of a gamble to take.
Yes, it is.
Because you're hoping that she's giving up so she won't run around testing any more options. That's what you're hoping for. Because you through testing options, you ready to surrender. Okay, if a chick tells you how cute she is, hey, dude, she ain't surrendered yet.
She got a few more miles on them draws.
Well, she's looking to rack up some more miles on them just right quick. So she's not out the game. And the bottom line is, if a female thinks she can do better than you, that doesn't go away.
No.
If she feels like she's doing you a favor being with you, if she feels like you're not the best she can do, yeah, that's the way she's always going to consider you. That she's always doing you a favor. And you're just hoping that her options dry up sooner than her time with you.
That's a man that don't have no control of nothing. He's just there letting her living based on her emotions.
You're living at her mercy. Every day you get up, you're at her mercy. You're hoping that nothing in her DMs outranks you. You hope nothing in her job outranks you. Because when the female feels like she's settled for you, there's always going to be a resentment around that.
Always.
When a female feels like I settled for you, what does that mean? That means I gave a better option for you. I had a better option, but I'm with you. Even if she lost her better option, well, I had one. Yeah, but you couldn't hold it. That don't mean that that doesn't change that I'm settling being with you. I'm sold to be with a better team. And that's really what it is. And they give you the warning signs, man. They show you that. That's why a woman's sexual history matters. That tells you what she really thinks she belongs.
Exactly.
If you were investigating a crime scene or something, you would do what? You go backwards in time. You would try to figure out where the criminal was. If he committed a murder, you're not going to start that day. You're going to go try to travel all the way back where this began at. And then you find they have a track record of it. So then you get to the internet and these guys try to convince you that doesn't matter. A woman's past matters because that tells you where she really thinks she belongs. And if she is with you and you are radically different from where she's been, stupid, this the game. You take a look at her history and you're like, none of these dudes? All these other fellas ain't nothing like you. Nothing like you. Then how the hell did she end up here? Oh, well, where she really wants to be didn't work out. Then why are you here? Why are you really here? Because you don't desire it. That was where you desired to be over there. Then why are you here? Because you're willing to do something that the places she desired weren't willing to do.
There you go.
Now that's the part you don't want to accept. The men she really desired were unwilling to do what she's trying to get you to do.
Because they had options.
Because she wasn't worth it.
Now that's real talk.
I mean, that's a brutal thing to say, but yeah, you weren't worth that. So the only way that she can screw up the physics of the universe, find a guy who values you more than you value him. He will overpay. The men you were with, they didn't overpay. He will. So now the strategy shifts. Let me go find a guy who values me more than I value him, and he will pay much more than market value because the other guys were only willing to pay what I was worth. I need a guy who's stupid and will pay much more than I'm worth.
And then she just gonna throw that simp in the producer's face like, look what you missed out on. I got a guy spending money on me. Yeah, but you ain't got nothing. Jason, I want to ask you this here.
Well, okay, hold that question now. Don't forget it. Well, let me hit this up right quick. Brother, let me tell you something. I told y'all about this before. I wish the man at the Mercedes dealership had tried that mess because he did. I'm like, I told you about that. I posted on, I already posted this before, but Fletcher Jones. Yes, I'm still giving you heat about that.
And deal with it.
Fletcher Jones. Y'all can go look it up if you want to, but Fletcher Jones. Now I put up the screenshots. They were bragging 3 years ago. I want to say it was 3-4 years ago. He's sitting up here. He's texting me and all this stuff, and I'm telling him about he wants to sell a G-Wagon. I'm like, okay, well, this is the price right here. Oh, we have it available with a $25,000 markup and a $50,000 markup for the G63. I was like, you can kiss $25,000 my ass. I said, there's no way in the hell I'm doing that. None. And I said, the price was $120. And he said, we've never sold them for that. It's always been above MSRP. And it'll always be above MSRP. And that's what he told me. I got the text messages. And I was just like, and he said, we got plenty. He said, we got plenty of folk who buy them every day for that. That's what he told me when I told him about the price of it. That's like, whoa. So, yeah, that's a markup. I'm not paying a markup. And he told me we got folk who pay it every day. I told him, well, you better go call one of them.
The Louisiana came out of you, Jason.
Dude, I told him just like that. I said, well, you better go call one of them. You better hurry up and call them.
Did you hear back from them, Jason?
Yeah.
Did they?
Yeah.
Oh, they had to eat their words, huh?
They text me back like 6 months later, asking me if I was still interested. And I told them, yeah, I'm interested for the price I gave you. I'm interested for that. I'm not interested for the price you trying to slick on. I'm interested for the price that I told you, not the one you telling me. And they wrote me back after that. Now they got me on a damn email list. Keep trying to do stupid stuff. But my point is, brother, I don't give a damn if you got 1,000 people willing to pay more than me. What? Just because they're willing to overpay don't mean I am. You see this in the stock market. You see this in the real estate market, brother. You've seen this your whole damn life. You've seen dumbasses overpay their whole damn lives. During the pandemic, I was watching people pay $25,000, $50,000. Some of the dumbasses paying $100,000 over MSRP. Corvette C8, the new Hummer. I was watching people pay $50,000 and $100,000 over MSRP. Oh, I wanted one. I wanted the Hummer. When LeBron got it, I didn't want it because LeBron got it, but I'm just like, when LeBron wanted the Hummer, he ordered one. I wanted to order one too. And then I saw what they were trying to sell it for. Okay, it's supposed to be $100,000. They wanted $200,000. $100,000 for the car and it's a $100,000 markup. Well, LeBron's paying it. Okay, well, you better hurry up and freaking call him. I don't give a damn who else paid that, brother. I'm not overpaying. You know why? Because I can't think of a single person who's ever grossly overpaid for something and was happy. Think about it for a few moments. No. Folks who go overpaying, they don't come back thrilled and happy that they overpaid. The person who sold them is the only person who's happy.
And they're real miserable when the other person come with the same vehicle and didn't pay at
half the cost. It's like, yeah, dude, I got the same thing you got for half the cost. You are upside down. You owe more than I'm paying for mine. Are you still happy? Did that sales pitch the salesman give you? Are you still satisfied with that? Afterward? So as men in particular, brother, we can't be just stupid and go around overpaying. People will play us for idiots all over the damn place. You have seen far more men who were grossly unhappy because they overpaid than men who said, you know what, buy everything you can with a nickel and everything you can't buy, wait till the second time around.
Exactly.
And folks pressuring you, you're going to miss out. Yeah, I'm going to miss out on overpaying. You're damn right. And that's the way you have to see it. Just because one man is willing to overpay for a chick, that doesn't mean you do. I don't see anything to freaking regret. What am I going to regret, dude? Overpaying? Brother, even if let's just say you outbid him, you going to be happy with her? Okay, she's sitting over there with you now, with you knowing you overpaid. Overbid, it ain't worth it. Now you're going to be trying to extract more value out of her. Like, okay, baby, you ain't worth what I'm paying, or you got to do more. Okay, you think y'all ain't going to break up over that?
Exactly.
Because that was the price that you paid when you got her. Now you're going to tell her she needs to do more? You think she's going to be like, okay? She's like, oh, no, nigga. No, that was it. This is all you get. You think she's going to let you ease that up? No.
No upgrades.
So that's what ends up happening when you overpay. So don't chase stocks, don't chase houses, don't chase car prices. Do not chase. The price is the price. When you decide this was worth, brother, more men have messed up their lives becoming emotionally invested in investments. Emotionally attached to investments. That's how they get you to overpay. You become emotionally attached. And then once you become emotionally attached, everybody starts trying to figure out how much. Let's put a dollar figure on that emotional attachment. Brother, you know that's a losing game.
Losing game.
You want me to put a dollar figure on my feelings? How do you price that? And that's how they get you to start moving that price. It's just like, okay, you ain't got a price for it. I do. And that's where you get caught.
Remember, Jason, people were buying homes without inspections.
Oh, yeah.
They were paying over the price. The people were selling the homes, say, you just going to have to buy it as is.
Bidding wars as is unseen.
What causes this? Is it the fact? See, my issue is, what did our grandfathers do with the simps? Did they ostracize them? Because they're operating outside the system, but they're destructive, Jason. They are destructive and corrupting a certain amount of women. We have no mechanism to punish them, or what's the situation here?
Well, you have to have resources to be a simp, though. You can't be a broke simp. I mean, you can be an idiot. You can't really be a broke simp. So there has to be something that can be exploited out of you. And back in the day, there wasn't really that many options for it. So women didn't really have the latitude. They might have wanted to, but it wasn't really a realistic option. Today, it is. So we're dealing with circumstances, situations our grandfathers didn't have.
That's right. What is a simp's kryptonite? What can destroy them? What can we?
When the female lets him, a simp is a person who thinks he can buy respect.
Okay.
I've told y'all this for years and years. What's the definition of a simp? A simp is someone who thinks he can purchase respect. If I bail out this single mom and her 4 kids, she'll respect me. If I take this chick after she done been running through the frat boys, where is that here? Child sing. Yeah, if I take her after that, she'll respect me.
No.
If I show her that I value her more than she values me, she'll respect me. You notice what all those come up with? If I give, she'll respect me. So a simp thinks he can buy respect. He thinks he can bargain and barter for it.
If a woman care about you, attracted to you, she'll buy things for you without you asking.
Right, but simps have never had that experience. They've never. That's what I'm saying. He's never had an experience where the female show that, hey, I like you more than you like me. Not from a female he actually wanted. Oh, okay. Now, from females he didn't want, maybe. But this is how these chicks get him. Once a female sees, oh, you ain't never, I'm the finest thing you ever been with. Oh, okay. Once she sees that your nose is wide open, that's it, brother. Now she starts working it. Mm-hmm. She came on a mission. She sees you're a viable target. Okay.
Now, Jason, why you said something interesting a little earlier. You said that a man can build a woman, which I agree with, But why a woman can't build a boo? Why she can't? Is it we can help develop a woman? She may not have all of the skills. I love average women, love them, but you know, what is it with men? A woman can't build a boo
because what a woman expects from a man is not the same as what a man expects from a woman. Okay. The character traits that make us valuable, a woman can't put that in us. No, because she's looking for drive and ambition. Like case in point, I was watching a show that was talking about this, and you know, as men, you know, our value comes from what we build.
Yes, sir.
Our value comes from that. So as men, our value comes from what we build. So a woman can be an interior decorator. A man doesn't get the same respect for being an interior decorator.
No.
If he can't build the exterior of the building, he doesn't get the same level of respect. So a woman can get respect for just decorating the inside of a building. That is not what gives us respect. That's not what makes people admire us. So a woman can't put that in us because it costs too much. Being a builder requires sacrifice. It requires discomfort over an extended period of time. A woman can't put that in you. She might have something that motivates you a little bit. Yeah. Motivation, but she cannot put drive in you. Drive is what you are when nobody else is around. Motivation, somebody else can push you and nudge you along with that. Drive, brother, that's all you. Now, so she can't put that in you.
Does it require failure also as a man, that when we making these sacrifices, is it important for a man to have disappointment, failures along the way?
It is not important. It is essential. You are not a complete man until you've finished the final task, which is demonstrating that you can overcome adversity.
They don't want
the greatest adversity is failure. If you do not demonstrate that you can overcome failure, you have not proven you're a man yet. Not yet. How you handle failure, how you handle hardship, how you handle an obstacle that you try to get over and things don't go the way you planned in your mind. How you handle, can you pick yourself up? Andrew Wilson showed what happens when a man can't handle failure. And what I'm saying is that now nobody will want to follow him. It's like, okay, this is a leader who falls apart. If you hit adversity and failure and demonstrate that you can get back on your feet again and get right back at it with the same discipline and integrity, that shows people what you're made of. So as a man, your manhood training is not complete until we have tested how you handle shortcomings, not meeting your own expectations of how easy this is going to be. How do you handle discomfort? The discomfort you can't get away from. How do you handle that? That this didn't go on for 5 seconds. This went on for 5 minutes or 5 hours. Can you go through that and still continue to give the exact same amount of effort the whole time? This is what separates leaders from followers. So your manhood is not complete until you demonstrate how you handle failure. So it will be essential that you fail. It's not important. It's essential. You're not a whole man until you show. That's not something we can hypothesize. That's not something we theorize. Failure is something you got to go through. Jason, I can't see how you handle it till I see you go through it.
Okay. Jason, with Marion Barry, I was always amazed at what happened to him. I thought it would totally destroy him. He came back and was mayor of D.C. again because they attacked his credibility as far as him being in that room with that woman, but he came back.
And what he showed the citizens of the D.C. is that they made the right choice the first time. He showed them why they elected him the first time. I'll let you have the last word.
Jason, I want to ask you this. When it comes to the I guess you call it the discount bin, do you classify women? Is it mentally? Do you have a classification for women in the discount bin when it comes to single mothers, when it comes to women that aged out the system, when it comes to women with a high body count? Where do you put single mothers? And at the bottom of that, or if they're not,
no, they're all just in there together.
That's it.
There's the discount bin because, brother, you got the DVDs, the CDs, the box of crackers. You know, it's just they're all in there together. The biggest disservice we do ourselves as men is trying to give levels to undesirable. This is the price they need to get, and they need to sit there. This is the price they need to get, and they need to sit there. That's what it needs to be. Where men mess up is that women don't believe us. And why should they? The women suspect you're going to compromise. Yeah, nigga, you lonely, you desperate. You dig into the discount bin because you can't afford the stuff that's on the shelves. And they really do expect that they'll just wait us out and that we will start compromising. And the problem with compromising is compromising doesn't get better. Compromising gets progressively worse. And she's just waiting until eventually you just finally give up and just, wear down. She's hoping you wear down enough. And all right, finally, now you're paying top dollar for the discount bin. And let's be honest, there's a lot of fellas out there doing that. The women don't do that because it doesn't work. They do it because it does. The women aren't doing it because they don't see results. They're doing it because they do. Now, even if it doesn't work for most of them or all of them, the bottom line is, and they see results. And that's the difference.
Okay.
Thank you very much for giving us a call now. We appreciate that. Where'd you go, Alicia? Alicia was on Zoom. I don't know where you're hiding at, Alicia. You were there. All right, let's see if we can get somebody else up here right quick. Alicia got scared. All right, we got Brother Elijah up here on Zoom. Brother Elijah, what's on your mind?
Hey, good evening, big brother. B1 in the family. Hey, brother, excellent broadcast. Just listening to you so much over the past 7 years, but this year was a true milestone because this was the first year ever after listening to you, I was able to start setting up some rules. And keep in mind, I'm not going to be on long, all right, for the other brothers and sisters to talk. But this is, I always told you that story about my cousin and the simp cousin-in-law. And this is the first year, and this is going to be going forward, that I'm no longer spending holidays at their house because I learned something. I can't, as I get older, I can't have any of that punk bitch energy around me. I understand, certain circumstances, and look, sometimes this is going to be the only deal, the one shot deal you're only going to get. You know what I'm saying? You're only going to get one shot. But I don't need to be around a punk because you're just too scared to
association brings about assimilation.
Yes, sir.
So as a man, you want to be around competitive people. The folks you hang around, you get used to their ways. You get used to their level of performance, either higher than yours or lower than yours. If they're doing higher than yours, you're going to have to step your game up. If they're lower than you, you will start descending to their level.
Yes, sir.
Just by being around them.
Yes, sir. And then I'm looking at this white gentleman over here. Of all people, with all due respect, white supremacy, I'm not changing the conversation, but white supremacy completely fucked up our relations with our women. What you got to be simping about, white man? That's my question. Like, are you really that socially awkward? You run the damn world. You got every female of every ethnic group looking to have you. He can go to Thailand right now, and those women will throw their drawers at him, or he'll.
Well, here's the issue. The issue is that yes, they did militarily, economically conquer the world, but that doesn't buy respect.
Right.
The white women have submitted to them. Let's be clear. Sir. White females have submitted to them.
Yes, sir.
But that does not mean she respects you. You see, when you have to force that kind of issue because you built a society that enforces that, you might be able to subdue them, but that does not mean they respect you. And the issue that they have is that if she truly respected them, then when you leave the women to their own devices, they should come back to you voluntarily on their own. Not because you control the economy, not because you control the military, but simply based on the value of you as the man. And that's been what they've watched disappear. To the extent that now they got a whole group of females who are letting them know, by the way, I never did like you to begin with. This is what happens when you construct a system where people submitting to you is based on control, force, coercion, implied force or explicit force. That's what happens when you do that. As black men, we've never had the power to do that kind of thing. So we had to actually earn respect.
Yes, sir.
We've had to actually do it because we don't have the ability to bully nobody. We don't have anything to bully them with. So we have to actually earn it. And guess what? We are respected as a result.
Yes, sir.
To the extent that the white guys, when they start talking about alpha males, it starts with us. That's the archetype they begin with. Yeah, what they're really saying is that you black men just get it at a basic level. Well, yeah, because you made sure that nobody else has any money or whatever. So you can't say it's because we bought them.
Right.
You can't say that Travis Hunter got an old girl because he bought her. You can't say that about any of them. He had to earn that.
Yes,
now,
sir.
whether you think he should be with her or not is a different matter.
Of course.
You can't say it's because he has some kind of privilege. Oh, well, they control the economy. So he doesn't have some invisible value behind him. The value is right there in front of you.
Yes, sir.
So you know what you're submitting to. You know what you're buying into. He's got that whether he never makes a dime. That is separate and apart from any finances he got. These other fellows over here have had to use that. And that's what I'm saying. You have to when you have to start bargaining with that and implied coercion and force. And what you find out is that as soon as you don't have that anymore, now they can let you know what they really think.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Jason, you said something to a brother 3 years ago when he was talking to you, and I always held you to this quote, and I live by it. You can give a man, he was telling you about something that he was with a overweight woman, and you said something to him that I'll never forget. You can give a person many things, but you can't give them desire. You understand that? And, well, I'm not saying you understand. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking about in general. Brother, a lot of us men out here, we don't have desire because I guess a lot of us are too tired. We're too beaten up. We're too scared. We're too timid to stand up to just say, hey, I don't have to accept this. I'll just say if I have to make 10 trips to just make myself better going around the world or just keep soaring at the gym until I get there, they don't want to put themselves through that. It's a long process and it's a hard process, but it can get you respect on the back. I'm not looking at the now. You got to see the future. Am I right or wrong, big brother?
Well, I mean, certainly you want to project forward because things will either get better or get worse.
Right.
And what you invest in is either going to appreciate in value or depreciate.
Of course.
But a lot of people are just short-sighted, especially men. A lot of men tend to be short-sighted, and there's where the real issue with appearances gets men in trouble. Because if you get fully committed simply off a woman's appearances, then that's very short-sighted.
Of course.
And I'm not talking about women's looks fading. What I'm saying is that the value of that, even if it never changes, that's very short-sighted because you're not living with her looks. That's not what adds value to you. It can add status. Don't get me wrong, that matters. But that's not what adds value. Or should I say, if you two end up breaking up, it won't be over her looks.
It'll be over.
That's the reason why it's short-sighted. If your relationship does break up, I've never met a man who the relationship broke up because of her looks.
Right.
Even if she gained a bunch of weight, that's not because of her looks. That's because of something else. She's gaining weight because for some other reason. So you all are not going to break up over her looks. You're going to fall out over something else. So you cannot cash in based on, okay, long as the body banging like this right here, everything else will fall into place. That's short-sighted. That's how most males think.
Right.
Long as the body's good, which promises interesting sexual ability, well, we'll work out everything else. And then you find out, that's not the way that goes.
Big brother, I got one last question. Because I see the world going in a direction where, I'll just stick to the black world. A lot of us are going in a direction where it's almost at a point of no return. Because my question is this. Look, after I'm looking at our grandparents and our great-grandparents, particularly from what the silent generation, when those looks fade, when everything gets old, when your body changes, when everything changes around you, what are you going to have left at the end of the day. Years ago, it used to be you still had love and you had companionship. Now everything is just so dead. It's dead before you even hit the cemetery. And my question to you is, could we possibly in this world develop a love that we once had many, many years ago? And that's my last question.
Okay, first of all,
go ahead.
First of all, that's a fairy tale.
Okay.
So here's where we get things screwed up at.
Yes, sir.
We romanticize the past as if your grandparents and stuff had these Prince Charming relationships, and that's not what it was. Now, I'm not going to go to what these other idiots out there say, which is that, it was abusive or all this old garbage, because they're just liars. However, don't romanticize it as if this was all perfect and everybody was love at first sight. That's not what it was. What it was simpler. It was a simpler time.
Right.
Everything's easier when it's simpler. I don't know if you want to go back to that. I don't. Okay, would you like to give up your cell phones, your internet access, your modern vehicles, your modern transportation? Because these are all the things you're complaining about.
I didn't think of it like that, big brother.
Okay, if you want to go back to the analog society that you were in, I don't think you actually, I'm not certain you actually want to go back to that. So what you are experiencing is the cost of progress. Progress is always messy. It comes along with unintended or undesired consequences. But that's the result in the cost of progress. Now, the alternative is go back to what you had before. Now, I don't know if you would be as happy as your granddad. I don't know if you would be. Maybe you would. Maybe you wouldn't. I don't know. But I am telling you, if you really want to be realistic, then what you're really asking for is, do you really want to go back to what things were in the 1920s? And I'm just talking about from a structural standpoint. You would be good if you got a job at the plant.
Mm-hmm.
As a man, you're going to go work at the plant. That's where you're going to be. You're going to do that 5 or 6 days a week, and you're going to be there for 30 or 40 years. Wow, I'm looking at your face right there. You don't even like just the job situation. I'm just saying, you don't want to trade jobs with your granddad, but you expect me to believe that you want his life.
But I do have a question in reverse. Back in those days, our grandparents, our great-grandparents or grandparents, as we would say, they didn't suffer the high cost of inflation. They all had home. Well, most of them had homes. They didn't have to suffer through gentrification. So is this really...
Okay, Brother Elijah, how many times did your granddaddy go to Turkey, nigga?
There was no such thing. That didn't exist.
I'll rest my case.
There you go, big brother.
Your granddaddy, take a look at the stuff you like doing today. He could not do that.
Right.
Okay, now, well, why didn't you just keep that money in your pocket?
I can't say that because of but
why didn't you just keep that money in your pocket? You talking about they had a lower cost of living and whatnot. Okay, you splurge your money on stuff like that. Okay, if the point is keeping more money in your pocket, why didn't you just keep that in your pocket and just stay here?
Real talk, big brother. I couldn't because I'm doing what you said. I'm adapting to the world that we're actually in.
Okay. So in other words,
Yes, sir.
You were not willing to accept his lower standard of living.
Real talk, big brother. No, I wasn't.
And when you had the chance to choose, you didn't say, you know what, it was good enough for my granddaddy. Why do I have to go to Turkey? Why do I have to go to Spain? Why do I have to go to California? It was good enough for my granddad to just be here in New York. Why do I have to do all that? Now, you had the chance to make that choice yourself, and you was like, yeah, let me get this airline ticket right quick.
Oh, and just to add to that, January 1st, I'm out of here for my teeth, too.
Okay, and I'm just saying, your granddaddy be like, this little nigga crazy. But I'm just saying, so if you actually had the opportunity to trade places with them, most of you would not do so. Now, maybe you're unhappy with some of the unintended consequences or negative ramifications, and I understand that, and you're right. But what I am telling you is that it's not as simple as, cars cost a lot less back then and whatnot. Brother, I mean, take a look at New York when your granddaddy was there and take a look at it now. Dallas,
Yes, sir.
when your granddaddy was there, and take a look at it now. They are completely different cities. It's
course.
not just 70 years difference. They're completely different cities. This is not the same place. Brother, the Jacob Javits Center, the Yankees Stadium, the one your granddaddy was in, it ain't even there no more.
Of course not.
I can go down the list. Hudson Parkway even.
Yes, sir.
Times Square isn't even the same anymore.
No, sir.
So you're in a whole different place. And what I'm saying is that, okay, if you want what he had, it's going to be more than just you paid less for it. You also get less.
Yes,
and
sir.
I'm just not sure how eager or happy you would be with giving up that kind of mobility. But that mobility is what has introduced some of these complications you're complaining about.
Yes, sir.
Everybody's, your granddaddy, I don't give a damn how much he liked or did not like your grandmama. There wasn't a chick he met in Miami over the internet that he could get at this evening if he was willing to pay for a plane ticket for it. That just was not an option.
Yes, sir.
Period. There wasn't the telecommunications ability, and there wasn't the physical transportation ability.
Yes, sir.
You want to give that up?
No, big brother.
Okay, well, that's what makes the females difficult, is because they got that option.
Yes, sir.
Well, I can get on the plane, look at my DMs. Her grandmama didn't have that. Okay, well, that's why she's giving you problems, because she's like, oh, I got options. At least I've got access to people. You're complaining about it, and I understand. The alternative is, if she has to give it up, so would you.
Of course. Yes, of course, big brother. The thing is with me, that's why I always, love you so much, because like I said, you're one of the last real men we have out here, because you make us other men feel good to be a man. When I'm looking at punks on the screen I'm questioning who gave them the audacity to even open their mouths and speak to us. You're one of the last real men standing, because I say that to say this. What I do, I'm just trying to look aesthetically a little bit different just to attract something. The women, they get flued out and they not realizing, hey, sister or whoever, hey, you're not going to have a husband after this and everything like that. And then you did all of that.
Yeah, we have dishonest conversations, though.
Right.
Because the average 22-year-old is not looking for a husband.
Of course.
It's all the females who got run through, racked out, wasted their 20s and whatnot. They're the ones flooding the internet in their 30s and 40s, badgering men about getting married.
Right.
But if you go back on these hoes times, you got us hoes! I sure did.
And deal with it, nigga.
You go back on these hoes timelines, Facebook is old enough for it now. Twitter is old enough for it now. Y'all can go back a decade. A decade ago, they wasn't looking for no husband. You go take a look at the 35-year-old female whining her ass off on your Facebook timeline today about what men need to do and men ain't serious, this, that, and the other. Now, you go back and go check and see when she was 25 on her timeline. Take a look what she was talking about then.
Right.
She was not the least bit interested in the husband then. She was living her good life and styling and profiling and putting up selfies in places and not showing the men who were laying on top of her. Okay, that's what they're doing 10 years ago. So what I'm saying is that when women have options, they're not interested in that mess. We're not having honest conversations. I'm saying that what you all, buy a cat and die alone, that was an idle threat. Because that was something that men were hoping would resonate, and that doesn't resonate with women. Threats don't resonate. So when you tell her these will be the negative consequences of her actions, that's not a deterrent, dude. That doesn't carry weight with women. Certainly not when they're in their prime, because they think they're exempt from the rules. And what happens next is once they get to the age where you're talking about, okay, time for the consequences, she's like, I'll be damned. Let me go find a simp. Let me go find some simp and get him to bail me out.
You know what makes it even more scary? That's not even a 30-year-old. Imagine seeing that with a 41-year-old or 40-plus-year-old woman doing that. That's what makes it even more scary. That's the days and times, because now you have to ask the question, this woman is 40 years old. What you going to get done? What you going to get built with that? So,
well, I mean, what happens, like I said, when they run out of options, they're going to go find the first simp that they can grab who's willing to cash himself out. And she's just like, screw it. I'm going to settle and I'm going to try to make things work where I'm at because I don't have any options. Whether she will succeed or not is questionable. But
Right.
you telling them what the consequences of their actions will be if they don't do what you say, that doesn't carry any weight.
Right.
They're only going to believe what men do. Not threats or whatever, because it's not in their interest to believe threats because that gets in the way of what they want to do. So I'm just letting you know, we're not having honest conversations if we're talking to the females about consequences. That's not really an honest conversation, because in order for that to be an honest conversation, she has to care.
Yes, sir.
The person you're talking to has to actually care about what the hell you talking about. If she wants something other than what you talking about, no, she's not listening to you. She hears you. She knows you're telling the truth. And as soon as you finish talking, she's going to dismiss it. And you and I have encountered that with young men. If he wants a broad who looks like someone on Instagram, we can tell him and warn him all we want to. He heard us. He knows we're telling the truth. And as soon as we leave, where's she at? And that's really what it is.
Yes.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. I don't know where Alicia went. Alicia was on Zoom. I know she was wanting to talk to me. She was on Zoom, y'all. She wanted to talk to me. I guess she got scared. Either that or old boy came back to the room. Hey, Heifer, you still up? What? Every once in a while, I get a young lady calls me up and whatnot, and she calls me up while old boy is at home. He came tiptoeing back to the house. She thought she had another 5-10 minutes. She's like, damn, that nigga got home early. So I think she got a little shy. That's okay. We're already at 3 hours here, so we've been on for a minute. We ain't gonna go on for 6 to 7 hours tonight. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. But folks, I did tonight's program as a helpful reminder with visual aids. To the dudes out there trying to sell this trad con job, thinking that you're talking over folks, man, ain't nobody stunning you. You guys can keep up this garbage if you want to. Men ain't listening to you. They're not listening to you because they don't want to be like you. They can see you getting took. They can see you getting played. And if the cost of doing what you did is having the results you guys, fellas ain't checking for that. They're not listening to you. They're not listening to you. You can make all the videos you want to. You can debate all the strippers you want to. You can talk all that trash you want to. But at the end of the day, the men don't want to be like you. They see what it is. They see what's going down. And they don't want to be like. They see what you got. Matt Walsh, they see what you got. Ben Shapiro, they see what you got. Russell Wilson, they see what you have. They see it and they don't want it. So your quote unquote advice will fall on deaf ears. You're laughing stocks. You get mocked. You get ridiculed. Which is why the best you can do is have a table full of strippers and throw insults at them. But what you won't do is have a table full of men talking about right on, you right, and I wish I had what you have. And to the men, I'm just telling you right now, some of you are going to get soft. Some of you are going to get weak in the knees. Some of you are going to start compromising. Well, Jason, do we have to be so hard line? Yes, we better be. Well, Jason, we're throwing out good women. Okay, you can't have it both ways, fellas. To the men listening to me tonight who think that we're being too harsh because you're looking around and saying, well, the pickings are slim, and now you're starting to get weak and wavering. Fellas, we can't afford to do that. You cannot have it both ways. Either you want the caliber of the females to change or you don't. And when you start carving out exceptions, all you are communicating to them is that they don't have to change. That's all you're doing. Alicia playing hide and seek. In any case, don't worry if you're scared, just say you're scared. But the bottom line is, fellas, you can't have it both ways. You cannot say that you are sick of the cesspool and then be willing to make a lifetime commitment to it and then complain. Fellas, you can't have it both ways. You can't complain about the beast and then simultaneously feed the beast. You can't complain about the culture and then say, okay, well, if all else fails, I'll just break down and grab one too. No, if you want things to change, you have to be willing to pull the trigger and do the ultimate threat, which is perform the ultimate threat, which is to write them off. You can't keep telling the women that the sky is going to fall if they keep screwing up and then the sky never falls. You're going to have to be willing to write them off. This generation is going to have a convergence of interests, which means a bunch of people are going to have to get written off. You're going to have to thin the herd. You sit up here and complain about it, and then next thing you know, you turn around and you're sick of the females because the females slut themselves out because they think they're going to get a bailout. And then here you come along later. Ah, damn it. I guess I'll bail this one out over here. You're feeding the beast until you demonstrate that you've had enough and you really mean it, and there will be no more bailouts. Y'all, why is Alicia explaining? Why is Alicia over there explaining? Okay, I'm gonna do Alicia a solid here. I'm gonna do Alicia a solid. Come here, Alicia. Let's go ahead and find out what your malfunction is right quick. I'm going to give you a couple more minutes here. You can go ahead and jump on Zoom. We can find out what she keeps saying the same thing over and over again. It's like, girl, if you don't quit, let's go ahead and see what your problem is. All right, Alicia, there you go.
Hi.
All right, girl, turn off the speakers.
Alrighty. So I had a question. I know you guys mostly talk about like red pill content and you talk about men on here and stuff, but can women be simps also?
Let me see you.
Huh?
Let me see you, girl.
Hold on a sec.
Oh, she's putting her hair in the ponytail.
Damn! So yeah, I had a question. I said, can women be simps as well? I know you mostly talk about men, but I was wondering if women could be that also.
Technically speaking, no. Women can not really be simps because women don't buy respect. Respect does not mean the same thing to women that it means to us. Mm-hmm. So women can be a fool for love. Maybe women can do some tricking. But as far as women simping, not really, because simps really don't get any value for what they're doing. Women don't enter in with a man expecting to get no value. The only reason you would engage with him is because there's a value there. And you're not really prospective. So women may not be happy with the end results they get, but you didn't get with that guy because he didn't have value. You got with him because he did. Now, maybe you were overestimating what the value would be, but you didn't get with him expecting, okay, I'm going to do this and eventually he'll show me value. That's what simps do. I'm going to kiss Ciara's ass and give Ciara my Super Bowl ring, and eventually she's going to give me what she gave Future. Now, that's not what you do as a female. The only reason you'd be attracted to him is because he brought that up front. So, technically speaking, simping, even if you could apply it, it wouldn't work the same for you as us. So, it would be just this totally foreign creature.
Right. And now, when you say value, are you talking about like monetary value or like looks or?
No, value. I'm not going to say intrinsic value, but every relationship is a transaction, but all transactions are not commercial. Okay, let's try this a different way. Let's just say, for example, tomorrow morning you post up on your Instagram that you on a date with Michael B. Jordan. That has value. It doesn't matter what he is or is not doing for you in your life. The very fact that you can show that he's got status, that has value. Does it have monetary value to you? No. But it's got value. Because the other gals would be like, heifer, I would pay to go on a date with him. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So, no, value is not all monetary. Absolutely not. There's personal value, personality value, physical value, social value, emotional value. So values, there are different types of values. Value is not all monetary. As a matter of fact, monetary really, in some ways, people get very, very confused and fooled about that. We all got bills. You live in a world that runs on money. Sure. But once again, like I say, is eventually that becomes to a point where you get diminishing returns.
Because I've seen like men, like at least the men that I've dated, because I'm kind of an idiot, you know, they use like sex as like a bargaining chip. You know what I'm saying? Like they'll be like, oh, I'm a high value man because I have the best dick in the world. I'm like, that doesn't make you special, does it? Just because like you can like, you know, have the best sex in the world, it doesn't mean like you have the greatest value, does it?
He's projecting to you what he wants. So he wants sex to be important to you because sex is important to him.
Yeah.
However, I got to tell you, that's usually you talking about some young fella there or some broke dude. Either that guy's young or he's broke. And the reason for that is because sex is a given. If you are sitting at a table talking to him, sex is supposed to be a given at that point. Why in the hell are you on a date with a female that sex is not a given? Why are you spending a week or a month talking to a female that sex isn't a given? So he doesn't have to sit up here and flaunt sexuality in front of you. If you feeling him, you already want it. So why is he trying to entice you? You see what I mean? If you're already eating out of his hand, why does he have to go through all these extra lengths to exhibit himself?
Like I literally had a guy like text me today and be like, so do you want to get banged out? And I'm like, is that supposed to make me like feel good?
Girl, where the hell are you hanging out at?
So going for my work, and I was like, you're not special. Like I'm not gonna hang out with you because you have like the biggest dick in the world. Like
I'm wondering what it is about you that makes them comfortable enough to even be, because if you're saying they said that's your job.
Yeah, like the dude gave me his number and he's texting me and like just being all cool.
Those are young fellas who ain't been fired yet. So yeah,
32.
Those are broke, desperate fellows who jump from job to job. He ain't been there very long. There's no way in the world he's talking to you like that, and he's been there for 5 or 10 years. There's just no. He would have been got HR'd and fired. So yeah, you talking to fellows who are in and out of jobs, and this is what happens. They never get any roots. They never get any upward mobility because they keep getting fired everywhere they go for doing dumb stuff. So he's willing to get fired, making sexual passes at you on his job. And he hasn't even confirmed if you're worth all this. Stop. You said he was trying to give you his number.
Yeah, he gave me his number. And he was texting me.
Okay, so he gave you his number. Okay, you said that he was texting you.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, we were going back.
Wait a second. Whoa. Wait a minute now. Y'all know where this is about to go. Hold on a second. She tried to get deceptive there. He gave me his number and we started texting. Wait a minute. He gave you his number and then you text him.
No, he texted me first.
Okay, you said that he gave you his number. How did he get your number?
Oh, please.
How did he get your number? A Ouija board? A magic ball? A crystal ball?
I gave it to him.
Oh, okay, because that's not what you said. Oh, I'm very glad that Jason is interrogatory and interrogates, because that isn't what you said. And I asked you several times, and that ain't what you said. So take a look at how she's characterizing it, people. I don't know why these guys are trying to talk to me about their sex organs, because you've been letting them know you're open.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Let's just go there with it. We don't hold shame around here. We don't do that. Baby, we do not be who you gonna be. The only thing I require is you have to be honest. Don't sell me on no game. Don't sell me on that, baby. It is what it is. And ain't no hate for you, but I'm just saying, just as long as they see you open, that's how they're approaching you.
Yeah.
What this also tells me is that you've had a relationship with somebody at that job already.
No, I actually just started this
lying.
job a month ago. I just started this job a month ago. I literally just got hired. I just got hired.
Fellas don't talk like that with a chick that they don't know that's how she get down. Dudes don't talk to a chick like that unless they know that's your get down. So you have very clearly signaled to them in 30 calendar days, less than 30 calendar days, that that's your get down. And I'm like, hey, do what you do. Hopefully you don't get pregnant and get STDs. Hopefully you don't.
He doesn't even have a chance with me. I already blocked his number. He doesn't even have a chance.
Oh, he had a chance when you gave him your number.
Deal with it, nigga.
Okay, he had a chance when he gave you his number. And when you gave him yours. When you gave him your number, because she's trying to characterize this, he gave her his. I didn't really want it. Okay, when you exchange numbers with him, because that's the best case scenario you're gonna give. The truth is you gave him your number. But in any case, now there's the truth. The truth is you gave him your number.
Mm-hmm. I didn't think there was any harm in it. I was like, whatever. Like, okay,
well, obviously there was something about him you liked enough to give him a way to contact you outside that job. Yeah. There you go. All right.
Yeah.
And all I'm saying is, obviously you signaled to him that you might be in the market for whatever he was selling.
Yeah.
Now what she isn't saying is that something happened after they started talking that reversed her decision, because she was already leaning in that direction, but something happened after you two started conversing outside that job.
What do you mean? Like we were intimate? Like we did stuff? No.
I didn't say you did stuff. I said something happened. Now you said you blocked him and stuff. So this usually means one of two things. There was another chick he was talking to, and you were just one among several, or he didn't give you a good sign financially. So it's one of those two. Now, which one you gonna admit to, or you gonna try to make up a third one?
Well, I asked him what he did for fun. And he's like, oh, I just sit on my couch and smoke. And I'm like, okay, you're a loser.
I just sit on my couch and what?
Smoke weed.
Okay.
Smoke green.
There you go. So she had enough. Wait a minute. Are you smoking?
I mean, I don't know. Is that a bad thing? I just feel like someone who
stop.
Around
I'm asking you. Do you smoke?
No, I did not. No, I do not like it at all.
Okay. Lifestyle clash. So there's that's not your idea of fun.
Mm-mm.
So lifestyle clash. All right. So basically he talked himself out of the draws is what happened. He talked himself. He was doing okay. And then she did the smart. I say smart because if you're going to be out here in these streets, be out here in these streets the right way, at least if you're going to be out here in these streets. No, look, she covered the bases first. So the deal breakers, she got that out the way early. So she didn't get emotionally attached. She didn't wait till after they started sleeping together to decide this wasn't a good idea, which is what a lot of dumb females do. And
I mean,
obviously he wasn't attractive enough to you that you want to follow him into that world either. So the bottom line is, no, we had a lifestyle clash, and she got the deal breakers out of the way early, which is the smart thing to do.
Is it bad to not want to date? Because I mean, is it bad to not want to date a guy that just wants to sit around, like smoke or drink alcohol? I just feel like it's like not productive. Like, what are you doing?
It feels like it isn't. It isn't. You just described non-productivity. So I mean, it doesn't feel anything. It is. It's like saying this feels like a car. It's got 4 wheels and a steering wheel. Half of it's a car. But no, I mean that's just what it is. So no, that's exactly what you're supposed to do. I mean, if you're gonna throw them legs open, it might as well be for somebody with a future. Now, I'm just saying at this point right here, you know.
I can't.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, I know you're in your 20s and stuff, but playmates come at a cost.
What do you mean?
I meant what I said there before. I mean, when y'all today between the ages of 18 and 25, I mean, I'm not telling you to get flued out, but what I am saying is if you got a choice between the dude on his couch and the fella that can take you to Macau, you might need to take that, get that passport out. I'm just saying you get a much higher rate of return from one than the other. And if the fella sitting on his couch with the Xbox controller can knock you down, then this does not bode well for the future. Because what you've done is just put the price on your sexuality. Mm-hmm. You can't blame him at that point. You put the price on it. And what the problem with women sleeping with bums is that you all want to try to upgrade later. And it's like, wait a minute. Why do I have to take you to Turks and Caicos when the fella on the forklift smoking weed was able to knock you down? Why do I got to take you to Nobu when the weed smoker over there was able to knock you down and didn't have to do any of that? So do you see where y'all messed yourselves up later if you actually do get exposure to somebody like that? Because you can see the fact I'm telling y'all this, baby, I've been here and done this. Okay, but those are the kind of guys you're looking for. They've been there, they've done that, and so they're not making the same stupid mistakes in life. He's actually knows where he's going and how he's getting there. Okay, so what I'm saying is that kind of guy is going to see exactly what I see. We're all the same. We got here through life experience. So when he sees that, the weed smoker was able to knock you down, okay, guess what? Your price just dropped. I don't give a damn what you thinking, and we're not going to tell you this, but by the way, it's, okay. If a fella hears you give that story you just gave, and he's just like, okay, yeah, I get it. Your stock is dropping, baby. It's dropping.
Yeah, I feel pretty embarrassed right now.
Okay, because why should he overpay? I just talked about that with Prince. Why should we overpay? If a fella can knock you down on a weekend with an Xbox controller and a bag of weed, and he doesn't have to do any of this stuff, then why do I have to pay $1,000 if he didn't pay $50? He didn't do any of that. And I know I'm on a higher level than him. So wait a minute, why I got to do more than him? If that was good enough for you with him, why is it not good enough for you with me? And I ain't brought no weed.
Yeah, I'm not into that weed stuff.
Okay, that's good. So I should get at least the same thing he got for the same price. Oh, he gave you conversation and some weed. And she like, I don't even want the weed. Okay, well, why do I got to give you more than conversation then?
Yeah.
If he can,
I don't know. Like, a
get
piece of me, like, I've been through so much bad stuff, and I'm sorry to trauma dump, but I feel like, I hate saying this, but I feel like I've been through so much shit, and I'm not going to get into it here, but I've been through so much crummy guys. It's like, in my head, I'm like, I don't deserve anybody good. Why should I have a decent guy when I fucked up so many times and made so many mistakes? And I'm sorry to say that, but it's the truth. It's something that
maybe it is the truth. I don't know. I'm not sure. Here's what I will tell you. If you don't have any kids, if you don't have any weird STDs, and hopefully no abortions and there any other craziness. Now, what I am saying is you give yourself the ability to raise your stock because you still got a runway in front of you. So you still have, especially in your 20s, you have time to develop some offsets.
I'm in my 30s. I'm 35.
Okay, you used to have time for an offset. Where's the damn things? There it is. Okay, this is your plane. This is your plane coming in for a crash landing.
I know, I'm like, the clock is ticking. I'm like nervous about it. I'm like, oh my God, I can't.
Okay, I need to give me a crash sound drop in here for me. So she said 35. I was trying to give her the benefit of the doubt. All right. So she got a baby face. That's cute. Look, the bottom line here is what hurts women the most is bad habits. That is the number one issue for you all. It's not so much that you did dumb things. It's that you're set in your ways. Now, that's what prevents you from being able to move on. And the reason why Andrew Wilson's wife was able to at least do that is because she demonstrated that she could at least start making some changes. And that goes a long damn way. It really does. But if you demonstrate to men that you are just set in your ways and you're stuck, well, that's the value. And a man can't make you change. You have to look in the mirror and say, I want to be different. I don't know if I'm going to get what I want for being different, but things have to change. And I can't do it for a man or to get a man. I have to do it because this is what needs to be done. And we'll see how it goes.
I hear that all the time. That's like a frequent phase that I hear. Like I hear that from everybody I know. They say it all the time. You have to change for you. And I'm like, yeah.
Well, yeah. What they're saying is that it has to be drive. It can't be motivation. You might be motivated by getting a man, but that can't be what drives you. Because a man isn't going to be there 24/7. Certainly not the man you're looking to be with for the rest of your life. He's not going to be there right now. Which means that you're going to have to motivate yourself. That means drive. You're going to have to get up every day with no man. Cold sheets, cold bed, no dude texting you, hey, beautiful, how you doing this morning? You have to get up and do the work anyway. As if he's there. Yeah, because you want to be prepared for when he does. Because if he runs into the person I'm looking at, you know what's going to happen. Okay, so we're not even ready for him yet. So it's good he ain't here because all we be doing right now is run him off.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have to be driven enough that you're going to do this yourself. He's not there. Nobody's there. You're doing it because there's a goal. By definition, we're not at our goal yet. Okay, I'm going to do it because there's a goal. And that's what has to be what motivates you. I am going to give you one warning here. You're 35 years old, and right now you are giving off every crazy body count alarm known to man.
And the whole world has to hear it. This is so
okay,
good.
well, I'm not going to go into your business. I'm just saying you're giving off every body count alarm known to man, and that's problematic. Because you're going to expect one guy to commit to that. And what I'm saying is, but wait a minute. How is it special with him? The reason why crazy body counts are a problem is because you're going to want being intimate with you to be special. How can it be special when it wasn't special? Wasn't it special with all these other folk? It wasn't special with all these other contestants on The Price is Wrong. So it wasn't special with them. Oh, but this time it's special. I've been to a lot of nice restaurants. I've had some really good food at them too. I've never once thought I was special. I never thought the cook was back there like that movie, The Menu. Oh, Jason showed up tonight. Okay, well, no. Or, hey, that guy looks like he really appreciates this. That's not the way it works. Mm-hmm. So you can't be a restaurant that's got billions served. And then when you meet Mr. quote unquote right, oh, don't worry. It wasn't special with all those other people I served, but it's special with you. I'm just saying, if everybody else got to have the same meal, how is it suddenly, quote, special? So that's the reason that crazy body counts are a liability. That right there. Because you're going to be trying to convince some guy that he's special. When the math very clearly shows, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
And life is difficult enough without giving yourself that big of a headwind.
Tell me about it.
That's what I'm saying. So I don't know. There is some discipline in here that is missing. It really, really is. I said this to the fellas. I'm very, very loath to say this to the females because most of you lack the discipline. Then again, these fellas lack the discipline too. If y'all are going to be doing that stuff right there, baby, if you're going to be sexually active, especially if you're not serious enough, you need to have a playmate or whatever. It needs to be just one. It needs to be just one. And that isn't really great, to be totally honest. However, it would be
not at all.
It would be an improvement over what the hell you're doing. Swapping out a new fella every couple of months, one racks up the odometer, the other one's busting up the frame and the shocks and the radiator along with the odometer. So it's like, okay, but there's the issue, baby. If you're going to have a playmate, okay, have one. Have one.
I don't need no playmate. I don't need that.
Yeah,
I'm good.
Y'all got numbers and stuff. Y'all should be played out, play-doh. And because the problem is you all get confused. The problem, most women can't handle a playmate because you all get confused. You get confused, you get angry, and it's understandable. You're on a clock and he's not. That fella you playmate with, he can sit here and slap you across the kitchen table for the next decade. I'm just saying, this fella, he can sit up here and have you spread eagle for the next decade. And he'll be okay with that. But will you?
Hell no.
Because
no.
The bottom line is you're on a different time clock than he is. So every minute you spend with him, that costs you more than that minute costs him. And that's why most females cannot be, they cannot be very disciplined with playmates, because you're eventually going to start trying to put him in a headlock. And you're going to start demanding that he make this time worth it, which, of course, was not the deal when he came in, and he's not even the right person for it. But you've invested so much time, now you need to get a return on it. And that's why it gets difficult. So for you all, I wish you could. Certain of you can. But even still, to be totally honest with you, that's going to be a hard thing, because if I know you've been laying up with a dude for 4 or 5 years and you just met me and you're telling me you're not that serious, I'm like, 4 or 5 years sounds serious. Mm-hmm. He's had regular sexual access to you. Yeah, well, that's just something we do. Oh, that's your get down. I'm just saying. So as a female, it doesn't work for you the way it does for us as men. It just doesn't. It just doesn't. It just doesn't. So yeah, you need to develop some new signs. We need some new habits. You're too obvious.
Yeah.
I mean, but you are, baby. You've been in the job for a month and the fellas can already, you're too obvious. So we're not going to go into family issues or nothing. We're not going to do that tonight, because we already kind of talked about it before, but we're not going to delve into that tonight. But I'm just saying, baby, you're too obvious. It's too obvious. It's too blatant. And I don't know. Just understand these bad habits you got. If you ever do meet the right fella, he's going to see these red flags too. We can, as men, we see when a female is too comely and too friendly with men. That's a super red flag. And the only fella who's going to ignore that is a simp. Now, he will ignore it. And in your case, I think you'll treat him kindly. Now, you're different. I don't think you're a predator. I don't think you're a predator. I don't think you're an exploiter. So for you, a little simp dude might work, because I don't think you're going to try to do him dirty. And he's going to fight to buy your respect. And I think you'll kind of appreciate it. I don't think you'll be resentful.
Any man who tries to like sell me and like flash cash in my face.
No, not flash cash. I'm just saying the simps, they negotiate and stuff like that. So he doesn't really deal with his intrinsic value, if such a thing exists. So he's really, I'm just saying, he'll be a simp. A simp will overlook those things.
I don't even really know what a simp is. Like, a
male who thinks that he can purchase or buy respect.
No, it's not gonna happen. It depends on what you mean.
That he knows that he is not really your preferred option, but he thinks he can negotiate around that. Mm-hmm. He doesn't have the characteristics you truly desire, so he's seeing if he can try to navigate around that.
Yeah, it doesn't work. Not for me, anyways. I've learned. He learned my lesson.
Right, but my point is, I think you would treat a simp kindly. I don't think you would abuse him. I don't think you run him through the ringer. So if a simp ran up on a chick like you, he could probably make it work. If you were willing to.
No way. No way. I have a lot more self-respect than to just take some guy who tries to purchase my respect. I'm not saying that they're bad dudes either. What I'm saying is he's a simp. I'm just saying that he's not going to have charisma. They usually, it's going to be like a Russell Wilson guy without the NFL. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I know I deserve better than that. I don't want to spend better.
Now, why don't you tell us what would be, quote, better?
Someone who doesn't want to, because I'm not for sale. I'm not something you can buy.
You're being dishonest.
I don't feel like I'm something you can purchase.
You are being dishonest. You do not want to simp because you already understood it was before Jason, but what about desire and passion? Oh, no. You don't get that with simps. No, you get a good man who goes to work, comes home, he's faithful to you, he loves you more than you love him. He would do anything for you. I don't think you would do anything for him, but I don't think you treat him badly. But by the way, that passionate thing, the fantasy life thing, there will be no fantasies here. He's not that kind of guy. He doesn't touch you that kind of way. But he is a good, decent, law-abiding citizen. He is a good, decent, faithful, law-abiding citizen. And here's the issue, y'all. She meant what she said the first damn time. The reason why she brought up the fella talking about, hey, baby, by the way, how you like getting knocked down is because that is what excites her.
And deal with it, nigga.
Now, that's what she's passionate about.
I want someone who has ambition. Someone who
but you
goals.
want that other thing too.
Yeah.
Thank you. She wants that raw sexual energy. Yes, she wants that too. Yeah, otherwise she's not very passionate or motivated. So, yeah, what she ain't saying is, by the way, I need a simp with some raw sexual energy. Okay, that's like finding a thug with a heart. So, okay. A hoe with a heart of gold. So that's the part she's not saying. Now, the men around you see that, so you'll get down. They see that. And that's what they're like, hey, baby, I got what you're looking for. And they're not wrong. The problem is they don't have everything she's looking for. So that's the real reason that she has with the simp. She has that problem. Where's the passion? Simps bought their way around that, remember? He's giving you everything else. He comes home every day. He's faithful. Unlike Mr. Hey, baby, let me come see you this weekend and come powerbomb that backbone for you. And you're like, oh, well, yeah, but Mr. Simp, he's like, but baby, I'm faithful and I don't run around on you. And I pay the mortgage. And she's like, okay, I'll get a mortgage. Yep. I can pay for a Nissan. It's okay. We can go on vacation every other year. All right. I'm double X rated. Oh, wait a minute. She wants triple X. Mm-hmm. Okay, look, as adults, I'm just saying, if that's a priority, okay. If that is a priority for you and you're like, wait a minute, I've got to have steaming hot sex. I've got to. It's just, I don't think I can be in this relationship without it. Okay. I'm not telling you to give up anything. I'm not. But I am telling you one thing, men can see it all over you. And that's why you're being approached the way you are.
Interesting. Yeah, I didn't realize that. Jeez.
Baby, as men, we got to develop, when you got fellas approaching you coming out the gap talking about sex, baby, we can see it all over your face. We can see where you've been. We can see where you've been. We can see what you've done. The way you carrying yourself at that job is letting men know. As men, baby, how do you think we keep ourselves alive? How do you think we keep ourselves from getting killed? Because we can see nonverbal communication. We can see when people are hostile. We can see when they're surly. We can see when they're sad. We can see when they want something from us without them saying a word. As women, you all talk about intuition. We got better than intuition. We got instincts. And when a male looks at you, the way you carry yourself at that job, I guarantee you are carrying. It's not like we haven't met it 5 or 10 times before. Okay, you've got all the cues. You're probably not very standoffish. You probably talk to all the guys. Okay, that means something. If you're not discriminating in who you talk to, that means something. I'm being friendly. I'm sure you are.
Yeah, that's kind of part of the job.
Okay. You being friendly with folk, you ain't got to be. If fellas are sitting up here talking to you about their triple X action, okay, we being more than friendly. Fellas don't do that unless a female has made it clear they got an opening.
Yeah.
So I'm just letting you know you're being too blatant with it. And that at 35, that means you've been doing this your whole adult life.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, all I'm going to say is if you want to leave this box you in, that's a habit that will have to be broken. I don't know if you can do that at 35. You've got at least 2 decades of bad habits.
Yeah.
So even, I don't care how punishing the environment is, I don't know if you can break these habits at 35. Can it be done? Well, according to Einstein's theory of special relativity, sure. But you would have to be very dedicated to breaking this habit.
Yeah.
And you don't have another 2 decades to do it. So
yeah.
I'm just letting you know the men see it. Do you see how quickly I was able to get past your line on the phone tonight? We see it. Man, we see it. You can't hide it. You can't cover. Those are the guys who meet you in person. Take a look at what I did over the phone. Now, what do you think the men who see you in person can discern from you? Baby, it's all over you. It's all over you. There's just the guys who make their move and the ones who don't. But they all see it. So in case you thought you were slick and hiding it, no, man, we all see it. We sure do.
Yeah. I don't really know what to say. You know.
You have to be up for work in the morning, you said.
I do.
Now we know what she does at the job, y'all. So this has gotten very ominous. Now that we know what's happening at the job, that I gotta be up early for work. Oh, that's an ominous statement.
I'd rather be alone and just work on myself than have a quote unquote playmate. You know, I'd rather just work on myself and work on my career and whatever else I've got going on in my life. You know, the other stuff can wait.
Everything in life is your choices.
Yeah.
You make a decision and then you do it, including your habits. You make a decision that, yeah, I'm not doing that today. Really, what you gonna do? Something different. I'll let you have the last word.
Well, thank you for giving me some game and, you know, for, you know, letting me know like where I'm at and what I need to do and how to move forward. I appreciate that because nobody else does. Everybody else is afraid to say what you're saying to my face. Like nobody will tell me. And I'm like, oh, thank God somebody tells me what's going on. Thank God somebody tells me what I'm doing wrong and how to fix it. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate it. Thank you.
I'd like to hear back from you.
Yeah.
Thank you for giving us a call. Yeah, these older fellas either don't know, ain't that right, Andrew? Or they want to sleep with you. So, yeah, it can be very, very difficult for females. You always have to find somebody who knows and doesn't want to sleep with you. Because if he wants to sleep with you, he ain't going to talk to you the way I just talked to her. A fella who's trying to get you in the bed is not going to say what I just said. A fella who's trying to get you in the bed is going to be like, wait a minute, baby, you got to be discerning. And you have to go for the right fella right there. I told him, yeah, you need to back up off that altogether. So there's where females, especially younger females, have a tough time. You know, if fellas want to sleep with you, they can't afford to tell you the truth or can't afford to tell you all of it. Girl, you should not be embarrassed here. You should be embarrassed the other place, not here. You're among family here, Alicia. It's a whole lot better that you get it from somewhere instead of just walking around like a duck. Don't be embarrassed about getting put on the right track. Be embarrassed about staying on the wrong one. That's embarrassing. Be embarrassed if you keep doing the same stuff even after you've been told the right way to fix it. Be embarrassed about that, but don't be embarrassed for sitting here and finding out some information and getting, having a sounding board and feeling things out. Don't be embarrassed about that. There's chicks twice your age still, they need to be on this phone a lot more than you. I've talked to chicks twice your age. Go back to my archive. I've had females twice your age. Still ain't figured it out. Still haven't figured it out. So no, ma'am. Don't ever be this is an old philosophical adage. Don't ever be embarrassed to ask questions. Don't ever be embarrassed to try to find out more. If nobody ever explained it to you, somebody actually explained it to you. But don't ever be embarrassed about that. Yes, y'all remember the old lady who called me up? Remember, it's one of my YouTube shorts, as a matter of fact, here on The Business. Remember, I had that old lady call me up. She was like in her mid-late 60s, talking about she wanted a man who was older than her.
Nigga, what?
Remember, I told him he had to be in his 70s. Remember, she said he had to wait for sex. Remember that chick? Yes, it's one of my YouTube shorts. If y'all haven't looked at my YouTube shorts, I only got a few of them. It's not a whole lot to go digging through. But remember her? She said he has to wait for sex. Remember? Yeah, she said he got to wait for. She wants to meet a fella and he has to wait for sex. So he needs to wait to lay on top of that 60-something-year-old body of yours. I'm like, first of all, he had to be in his 70s. Because she said the ideal candidate is the 70s. I'm like, okay, she really wants a nigga that don't want no sex because the doctor told him he's not healthy enough for sexual activity. That's what she thinks she being slick about. She wants a retiree who's not healthy enough for sexual activity. I'm like, okay. So yes, I have talked to females twice her age on here, talking crazy as hell. Yeah, because when they were in their 30s, they didn't ask nobody. Now they've aged all the way out and they're just talking delusional now. The program is still running. They got the tape in the cassette player still running, still playing. The damn game has been over, but it's still playing the same song over and over again. The program is still running. So, yeah. I've talked to females twice her age talking crazy as hell. Ain't no updating them files. I'm just like, you know what, grandma? Just do what you do. I'm not even going to try to talk no sense to you. Just do whatever you want to do. So, yeah, as for the females, it can be difficult. The older men either don't know, either they're talking to older men who don't know, or they're talking to men, young or old, who they just want to sleep with you, which means you're not going to get reliable information or reliable answers. You're just not going to get that because they have some interest in making sure you're agreeable. That's why it's good to talk to a fellow who's a straight up ass like I am. I don't have any reason to lie to you. I'm definitely not trying to follow up behind whatever the hell's happening to that job. Damn! I ain't trying to follow up behind that. So I can just give you the real. I'm not jockeying for position. I'm not getting on no planes. I'm not competing with whatever them dudes on your phone doing. I'm not doing any of that. So I can just go ahead and tell it to you like it is, and that's it. You love it, you hate it. Oh, yeah. And I've already got more than one girlfriend.
And deal with it, nigga.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to say that publicly? Okay. You bragging. No, I'm not bragging. You know why I don't have to sit up here and lie to these chicks here? Because I've already got more than one girlfriend. So, I can't really fit you in like that. Yeah, that's the benefit, by the way. Go tell the rest of your goofy gurus By the way, the benefit of having more than one girlfriend is I can be all the way real. I can be all the way real. I ain't really pushing up on you like that. It ain't really pressing on me. It's not really pressing on me. So I can just go ahead and just keep it straight down the middle. Not only am I not scheming for nothing, it's like I can't really fit you in right now. I can't really fit you in. Check back with me in a couple of months. Maybe after the holidays, I something might free up. Something might free up then, but as it stands right now, let these other guys lie to you. Let them do that. Let these other guys lie to you and tell you all kinds of fantasies and make things up. And I'm a happily married man. Okay. One female. All right. Go listen to whatever the hell he over here talking. But on this side of the fence, no, we don't do that. We don't do that. And so when you do meet some of these folk who call me and whatnot, hey, I can just keep it real with you. I can just go ahead and just be straight up honest. Hell, I've been playing Love Connection. What? We'll probably talk about that next week. By the way, we'll probably get into that next week. So you all keep your eyes and ears open for that. Boy, we're going to go ahead and wrap it up now. I was trying to keep it on that, but she had to call in. All right, folks. We done did it again. We done got you halfway through your shift. All my long haul truckers, my night shift nurses, my warehouse workers, my stay at home parents, my self-employed people. If you are new here to the business, welcome to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. Click that red subscribe button if we have earned that from you. Click that subscribe button for us. And if we haven't, come back next week. We'll have something else new for you here to hit jam on it. And if you have not joined our Patreon, the link is in the description of the video. We just finished the latest edition from the book list. I've gotten a lot of good feedback about that. We just covered the 48 Laws of Power. As you have never heard it before. So definitely, if you have not joined that, you want to go ahead and take a look at that. Everybody will tell you it's well worth it. Wait till you see what we have coming up next. Wait till you see what the next one is. But in any case, we're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight. I want to thank all of you for tuning in to tonight's program live or recorded. Thank you all for liking, subscribing, and sharing. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business or your business will handle you.